And good morning, everyone. You are reaching us here at the Kensington Metro Park for the Midwest Scholastic Championships. We're underway with the second event of the day. It's the men's varsity straight four final. Good morning, everyone. This attempt number 2. So this is the Midwest Scholastic Championships live from the Kensington Metro Park at the Bennett Racecourse here in Milford, Michigan. We're underway with the second event of the day, the men's varsity straight four final. Right now we're seeing Northville with a commanding lead, and then next in line would be the Pine Richland and Skyline crews, followed then there closely after by a race happening between Carlson and Montgomery Bell. Again, this is the Midwest Scholastic Championships, the men's varsity straight four final, second event of the day.
Well, Grace, this Northville crew has really jumped out early and just keeps pulling away from the pack. It's been interesting. The first 500, Montgomery and Bell and Skyline were in a fight for second place, but then Pine Richland really made a strong move from about the 500 to the 1,000 there. Pulled in, gunning for that second place. Skyline's really trying to hold them off. But
yeah, double races within the races, we like to say. So we're seeing a race unfold between that Skyline and Pine Richland for that second place, and we're trying. That's 2-3 right now, and then a race for fourth. Maybe a little bit of an edge of Carlson now over Montgomery Bell. Carlson trying to throw their hat into the ring here to try to contend for third place, but it is sort of neck and neck here, back and forth between Pine Richland and Skyline, like you're saying.
Yeah, they're really digging in here now as we move into the red zone towards the end of the race here. But boy, Northville is really just blasted all the way out.
Yes. If we were at Henley right now, what would they call this kind of lead?
Oh, this would be an easily victory.
A won easily, yes. So great performance on the part of that Northville crew. But a race really neck and neck here between Skyline and Pine Richland. I would say there's a slight advantage to Skyline at the moment. They've taken a bump up and right here as they've passed by a lot of the spectators, but Pine Richland is responding. They now have also come up and rate. They look to be having the momentum here as they cross the finish line.
Oh, this is going to be close.
Yes, and so unofficially, it is Northville in first, Pine Richland in second, Skyline in third, Carlson coming across the line now, and Montgomery Bell to round out the men's varsity straight four final here.
Boy, really exciting race there for second place.
Yeah, so took a little while for us to get started here, but we are live and well here in Milford, Michigan. You're seeing a beautiful shot here of the Bennett Racecourse here at the Kensington Metro Park. Beautiful grounds here, driving in this morning. Kind of a winding path through a couple of different features in this natural space. Beautiful place to row. Great wind, lack of wind. Great conditions today. It doesn't seem to be more than maybe a puff of wind here or there. So good conditions for racing.
Probably the best conditions we've had for a Midwest Scholastic Championships in many years now.
Yeah.
It's really ideal.
And you were saying even compared to yesterday.
Oh, yesterday I was working up at the starting line, and it was quite windy up there. The crews were really having to challenge to keep their points, and in the conditions, the water was pretty flat, but it was pretty windy.
Yeah.
We've got these women's novice eights lining up here for the B final.
Yeah. So as the referee reads, so as the referee who's standing ahead of these crews, reading from their left to right, so in lane 2, which is the lane farthest from us on screen, that's Parkersburg. Lane 2. Lane 3 is St. Ignatius Chicago B. Evanston in lane 4. Culver Academies in lane 5. Lane 6, Theodore Roosevelt. And St. Ursula Academy in lane 7. So we see some alignment happening, so not too much wind, but still some finessing needing to be happening. Just trying to pull the arrow through the strings here, trying to get a straight shot. And you're looking at us here. Hello. So the voices here for the Midwest Scholastic Championships are myself, I'm Grace Latz, and then this is Jim O'Martian.
Welcome.
Yeah.
And you can see some pretty excited high school rowers behind us.
Yes.
Getting out, ready to race.
Look at them. So enthusiastic. They love it here. It's been an interesting day here at the beginning of the Midwest Scholastic Championships. Jim was saying earlier that the weather has been fantastic. This is a great conditions for racing, so everyone's very excited to get down the race course. We just had the men's varsity 4 wrap up. We're now looking at the women's novice 8s that we're lining up, but you'll be listening to the two of us, the voices here of the Midwest Scholastic Championships, for the rest of today. So feel free to kind of let us know if you've got any commentary you'd like added. Appreciative to all the coaches and all of the volunteers who are here, who've already contributed some information so that we can help relay the best information possible. And also thank you to the volunteers and referees who are helping execute this regatta. So again, we are here at the Cat Bennett race course here at the Kensington Metro Park for the Midwest Scholastic Championships.
And Grace, this is a really exciting event for the crews because it's their regional championship, but it also is a qualifier for the Scholastic Nationals and the Youth Nationals. So
Yes.
There's a lot riding on these events.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. And do you want to talk a little bit about that progression, what that looks like? If they win, it's obviously great. So
yes, if they win, it's great. And depending on how the crews, how the team has decided whether they're going to try to go to the Scholastic Nationals, which this year is in New Jersey, I believe, or the Youth Nationals in Florida. The Scholastic Nationals is a 1,500 meter race just like this here. The Youth Nationals will be a 2,000 meter race. But typically, you have to win your event here in order to move on. There is an opportunity to petition if something happens in the race, but it's a high stakes race for these guys.
Yeah. And so, speaking of racing, the race underway that we're looking at on screen right now is the Women's Novice 8B Final. So, as the referee reads again from left to right, but what we would see as farthest to us on screen on the rightmost lane, that's Parkersburg. Next to them is St. Ignatius B. Evanston in that kind of second, third place, but in that third lane. We've got Culver Academies B in lane 5 with the current lead. Theodore Roosevelt in lane 6, and in lane 7, St. Ursula Academy.
And it looks like Culver B has really come out to a nice lead. Looks like they're a little bit on the side of their lane here. This is a challenging thing to do for a novice coxswain. These are all going to be coxswains that are in their first year of high school rowing here. And managing this 8-oared shell down a straight course, it's a lot harder than it looks. The rudder is about half the size of a credit card to move this big shell around, so it's not surprising to see these oftentimes freshmen, or at least their first year, having a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, well, hats off to them for this. So yeah, it does look like Culver Academies is in that first place position, Evanston in second place, but then very closely followed after by Parkersburg for that third place, and it looks like Theodore Roosevelt trying to throw down some speed as well. Very good move out of St. Ignatius Chicago B. Depending on how these buoys are aligning, they might only be about a seat or two down off of that other third place crew.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like Evanston is making a pretty hard push here. This little island that you see on the right side of your screen, that's the halfway point of the race here. So that's 750 meters down. So this is where the fatigue is really starting to build in. They're starting to feel it. These, again, are young athletes. So this is really anybody's race here.
Yeah. Very, very strong through that middle move here by Evanston. I think they probably gained about 2 seats off of Culver Academies just in that middle stretch you were talking about. So probably part of their race plan to have a move to bridge that first and second half of the race. But Culver Academy is seeing that move and responding very well to that. They look to have advanced their lead a little bit more, saying, "Nuh-uh, we see what's happening." And
Exactly.
that's an easy place to be in. If you've got a slight lead and you can look back on the rest of the field, you're able to respond, not react. So they put themselves in a very strong position there. Very good racing. But look at this race for third. That is going to be tight as we come into this last 500 meters.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a strong race here for bronze. But it looks like we're now really seeing Evanston push it on here.
Yeah.
They're pulling up even. And with that pink triangle buoy that you see, that means there's 500 meters to go, the last third of the race. And it is bow ball to bow ball right now.
Yeah, it was hard to tell who crossed that 500 meter mark first. Was it that Culver Academies? Was it Evanston? I'm not sure, but it does look like momentum is now currently with Evanston, who is just eating up a lead over Culver Academies. They've probably taken, I gather, a third of a boat just in the last 15, 20 strokes. Very, very strong move here as they come into the end of this race.
Yeah, and that Evanston crew, I believe they're underrating the Culver crew. It looks like Culver has brought up their stroke rating, taking many more strokes per minute. But Evanston's really got a strong length there, and they're just walking away at the slightly lower rate. They're going to step it up here as we come into the last few strokes of that race. But
yeah, we can definitely see with that Evanston crew, a long leg drive staying suspended. They're able to apply their power very efficiently from the beginning of the stroke to the end, and I think that's gaining them probably. I mean, sometimes we say that rowing is a game of inches, but I think that they're gaining feet per stroke here.
Absolutely,
based on that pure efficiency. So both crews working hard here, but paying off for Evanston now that they have taken almost just an open water lead over Culver Academies for that first place position. But look at that. Third, I think Theodore Roosevelt is trying to climb in closer to Culver Academies for third place, but they are being raced very, very hard by St. Ignatius Chicago 2 lanes over.
yeah, and I don't know if you saw there, it looked like Culver had a little bit of a steering problem there and went into the next lane over, and I'm sure that the race official following behind was directing them out.
Like you said, it's a challenge when you're a novice. Yeah. And that's one of the things that you learn through putting yourself out there in big races like this, is just to see what happens. Put yourself in the pressure cooker, in the hot seat.
Absolutely.
Specifically, no pun intended for the coxed, but that is really challenging. There's a lot of factors to play between the rowing and the coxed and the steering and the wind, but it does look like we've got Evanston, who've crossed the finish line first for the women's Novice 8B final. Second place, then Culver Academies. Third place, coming across the line now, Theodore Roosevelt catching up on them. Fourth place, Parkersburg. And then St. Ignatius B, followed up there by St. Ursula Academy.
She might be by the finish line.
Oh, really?
So as you're looking at this view of the finish line here, these bright orange buoys are just slightly past the finish line. The finish line is a few meters before that. So the crews want to just keep that pressure on all the way through those big buoys there to make sure that they're right over the line. They're all going to hang out at the end here while the race officials confer in the launches to make sure that there wasn't any interference or anything there.
And so next race underway, beautiful overhead shot here of the women's Novice 8A final. So we got a beautiful shot from how the referees are looking at this race. So as we call it, from left to right. In lane 1, we have Perrysburg. Lane 2, St. Joseph Academy. St. Ignatius A in lane 3. Lane 4, Culver Academies A. Lane 5, Skyline. Upper Arlington, lane 6. And in lane 7, Huron and New Trier in lane 8. 8 lanes of 8s.
This is exciting. So this is the A final. So yesterday we had semifinals racing, we had time trials, and basically the outcome of those races yesterday determined who were going to be the top 8 boats to come into the grand final here. And then the B final is for basically places 9 and below. So these people are duking it out for the top 8. Looks like we got a little bit of a steering correction coming from Upper Arlington, headed back over. Got a nice battle amongst the crews.
And typically, depending on how progression happens here, out of that time trial, the faster crews are going to be seated towards the middle. So we typically are looking for a chevron shape. So we're seeing that lead happening with Culver Academy's A, probably likely because they had a very strong performance in their time trial. But look at that Skyline. Very close with them, but I would say New Trier probably maybe a little bit of a surprise wild card there based on how they're seated, but they are New Trier being in second place. It does look like Culver Academy still has the lead. Skyline in there as well as probably that third place, and fourth place next to them being St. Ignatius Chicago A.
The New Trier is a very deep program. They've got quite a few crews there. So you should expect them to be a real serious contender. A lot can happen in novice rowing here.
Yeah, that's true, because they don't have the depth of experience just yet. Like you said, this is everybody's first year in high school rowing. So sometimes it's a wild card, but sometimes they've just come into their own. They're just learning how to race hard, race fast, race together. So that things coming together for that New Trier crew. So outperforming their time trial results most likely.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like they've moved into first place. It's kind of hard to tell from the angle here, but I think they may even have about half of a boat length over that Culver boat. Skyline looks like it's making a push here. We are into the last 500 meters of this 1,500 meter course here. And so these rowers are going to be stepping up for their sprint right now. They're going to be trying to pump more with their legs. Do less backswing, try to get more strokes in per minute as they step up and try to empty the tanks.
Here in the announcing booth, we can start to hear more of the cheers for these crews coming down the race course. And it does look like over in lane 4, we've got the lead of Culver Academy. Skyline is now pushed into a race for second with New Trier A. So back and forth there, maybe New Trier, maybe Skyline, hard to tell here at this point. Then St. Ignatius A trying to fight and get themselves into that third spot here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships. Farther back in the field, we're looking at Huron and then Upper Arlington, and then off to the far side of the screen, we see St. Joseph Academy and Perrysburg still coming down the race course strong. Does look like New Trier here has taken a little bit of an advantage over Skyline by just a foot as they come in towards, you can see the crowds here on the screen. Probably another 10-15 strokes left in this race.
And you can see that they've really lifted their rate. That Skyline crew is really rowing much higher rate here. I don't know if they've really picked up boat speed from that rate, but they're really trying to push out as many strokes as possible.
Well, sometimes at the end of a race, you just try to cross the line as any way you can. So both trying to duke it out here at the end, and very, very hard to tell. Maybe unofficially a slight advantage to New Trier, would you say, over Skyline?
Hard to tell, but
inches.
Inches. It was exciting racing there.
It's always hard to keep track of 8 lanes of 8s so early in the morning. Barely caught the rest of the field as they came down, but we'll try to keep you updated with the best knowledge that we have. So a lot of what we call here will be unofficial until we see it come through the results. So do make sure to go back and see the official results information there on the regatta website.
And there may always be some adjustment that goes on if there's any interference out on the water, which we won't necessarily know.
And we just have seen the start here of the men's Novice 8 Final B. So calling this race from left to right as the referee reads. We have Upper Arlington in that darker shell in lane 1, lane 2, St. Ignatius B, Loyola in lane 3, lane 4, Pioneer, Evanston in lane 5, lane 6, Northville, Forest Hills Central in lane 7, and in lane 8, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Good early start out of the Pioneer crew. Harder to tell with between the sunlight and the color of the shells, but there is a really tight race for second. Very hard to tell at this point, probably 4 boats across, but we're only about 200 meters into the race. But it's very exciting when those 8s get started and there's a flurry of oars and sounds, and then you just wait to get settled into your race pace to see what where the cards fall after that point.
Pioneers really pulling out with each stroke here. They're settling into a nice base pace here off of their high strokes. And then we've got basically 7 boats competing, really. I wouldn't count any boat out at this stage.
Yeah, there's contact with all crews across those 7 lanes behind Pioneer. Pioneer has opened up a little bit of open water on the field. It does look like maybe there was a slight lead from St. Ignatius, Loyola, Evanston, then Northville and Upper Arlington about level, maybe a little bit more for Upper Arlington. Forest Hills also in that mix, and Orchard Lake St. Mary's trailing the pack a little bit, but still contact between all crews as we cross this 500-meter mark.
That first 500 meters, there's a lot of adrenaline rush, get sort of excited. Here's where we start to see more of the training starting to show and how committed they've been during their training and developing their base cardiovascular fitness and really establishing a good efficient stroke. Really will start to show in this next 500 here.
And similar to the other 2 races that we saw prior to this one, this is the men's novice 8. Again, this is a final B, but still in that novice category. So this is everyone's first year rowing. Pioneer doing a great job of coming together as a crew. It does look like they've extended their lead. Evanston trying to lasso onto that speed, so they are in a current 2nd place, but they are still being held onto by St. Ignatius over there in the yellow shell, far side of the screen, near that halfway mark of the island. Loyola, very, very close to them. 4th looks to be Northville.
And this race course here is where Northville rows on a regular basis where they practice. They have a lot of experience coming down this course, even for a novice crew. So they know that island there is the halfway point. Be interesting to see if they can put on some extra speed in this second half. But that Ignatius crew is really pushing for 2nd place here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't count them out at all.
It does look like Pioneer is just opening it up. Sometimes what happens, because this is being a B final, they're going to race for time and try to compare themselves to what may be in the A final, so perhaps a very close time between the time trials. Maybe they just missed out on that A final. So that's kind of the beautiful thing between racing at an event like this, is you get to not only race the other competitors in your field, so in this case these 8 boats, but also try to see, with the A final following up right after this one, where does our time stand up against that A final time? And
Absolutely.
It looks like Pioneer could be pretty competitive. So we'll keep track of what they do, see where they stack up. But it does look like Pioneer has now opened it up to an entire boat length of open water lead. Evanston in 2nd place. St. Ignatius over there in the yellow shell in 3rd. 4th, though, to be very, very tight of a race here between Loyola, Northville, and Forest Hills Central. Slight advantage, I'd say, to Loyola. But Northville, I think they are doing exactly as what you said, Jim, of they know this course, they know this area, they know where they are, they know how much they have left, so they can empty the tank and just throw it all out there, see what happens.
They're also, I don't know if you can hear, but there's a lot of cheering going on. And the rowers are going to start hearing that cheering right now as the beach comes up close to them. And you can expect that that's going to give them a little bit of extra push here as they come into the final strokes of the race.
Yeah, a little secret sauce of the home field advantage maybe coming into play. We'll see if that ignites some souls here as they get into that dark time of the sprint of a race. You'll take anything you can get to try to motivate you to cross that finish line as fast as possible. Pioneer looking to have kicked it up a bit. Last couple of strokes here of the race, opening up even more of a lead over Evanston and St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius trying to claw back their bow ball into Evanston a little bit, and it is the Pioneer crew to cross the finish line first. Now we're looking at Evanston crossing now over that finish line.
And Forest Hill Central is not that far off of the third place there. Looks like Forest Hill Central will be fourth.
Yep.
They put a big push there in the last 100 meters, but just a little bit, didn't have quite enough length of the race course there.
Yeah.
Another 100 meters, who knows?
But then Northville, Loyola, Orchard Lake, St. Mary's, and Upper Arlington to wrap up this field of the Men's Novice 8B final here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships.
And again, we are now kicking to the A final here. And it looks like we've just started.
Yep, shouldn't be too far along in the race. You can still see some of the referee launches off to the left-hand side, and the chase launches you see behind the field have referees in them to help monitor any sort of misadventure or making sure the race is unfolding fairly and safely. And as they see on this course, reading from left to right, we have in lane 1 St. Edward, lane 2 St. Ignatius A, St. Ignatius, another St. Ignatius boat in lane 3, lane 4, New Trier B, New Trier A next to them in lane 5, lane 6, Central Catholic Pittsburgh, Marietta in lane 7, and in lane 8, North Allegheny.
Yeah, so we've got a little inter-squad race for New Trier. And then we have the battle of the St. Ignatiuses, but one from Chicago, one from Cleveland.
Yeah. And we're seeing a little bit more of what we would expect with seeding from a time trial to a final. I feel like whether it's the drone or the speed of these crews, it feels like they're flying. The speed just seems to be incredible right now, but very strong lead here by that New Trier A boat, clearly leading that chevron. Then I would say St. Ignatius Chicago in that second place spot, New Trier B in third, fourth, Central Catholic, St. Ignatius, Cleveland A in that fifth place spot. We see over there on screen St. Edward, a little bit of Marietta coming into the screen, the bow ball of North Allegheny there on the left-hand side to see the entire field. But it is New Trier A who is leading the charge here into this first, I guess, the 2/3 of the race.
Yeah. Yeah, New Trier's just pulling out with each stroke here. They've got the green and blue blades there in the first leading crew. And their teammates right behind are fighting, but I do believe that Ignatius Chicago is right now got the slight edge, but it's really still anybody's race for silver.
Yeah. And I would say New Trier B boat is taking a little gander off to their left-hand side because they see Central Catholic Pittsburgh rowing very well off to that side. So sometimes you see either a rower or a coxswain give a slight glance out to the side because they see that Central Catholic Pittsburgh is advancing on New Trier B. St. Ignatius Chicago trying to keep out of that fight, but only by about half of a boat length. St. Ignatius Cleveland off to their right-hand side. Still in contact with that fleet of 4 in that second place, third place, fourth place territory, but still commanding lead by New Trier A out in front, opening it up by open water here into the last 250 meters.
Real tight race for second place here.
So I'd say St. Ignatius, Cleveland, and Chicago are having a bit of a fight. Very good move by the St. Ignatius team out of Cleveland. They've moved their bow ball up about half the boat, half of the Chicago boat, and at about dead level with New Trier B. New Trier B, though, seeing that action, so very good on the part of the coxswain and the rowers. So it does look like New Trier A crossed the line first, St. Ignatius Chicago second, New Trier B third, St. Ignatius Cleveland A maybe in that fourth, Central Catholic in that mix, very, very, very close. Now we're starting to see North Allegheny coming in, Marietta, and St. Edward to round out this field. That was a very close race there for a second.
Absolutely.
My sparks are just starting to fly here early in the morning, so I'm catching up with 8 lanes of 8s. It's a fast race. There's a lot of boats out there, but exciting to see all of that happen here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships here in Milford. Slightly now a pace that I can keep up with this time in the morning. We've got the women's varsity singles. This is the A final. So in lane 1, far side of the screen, we see Forest Hills, Upper St. Clair in lane 2, lane 3, Green Hills, who row out of Washtenaw Rowing Center, Skyline in lane 4, lane 5, Harpeth Hall, Celine in lane 6, lane 7, Rockford, and Allardyce A in lane 8. So going all vastly, turn the volume down a little bit on that speed so that we looked at the fastest boat classes of 8s down to the smaller boat class of the singles. And so the race unfolds a little bit slower, but every stroke counts because it's only just you in this boat. So in a way, the race can unfold while at a slower pace. It's a lot more within your control.
Absolutely. Now, one thing, Grace, you'd mentioned about Green Hills rowing out of Washtenaw Rowing Center. Green Hills trains with Skyline, so even though they're listed as separate teams and they are competing against each other, these are going to be 2 women that are going to have a lot of experience with each other, having practiced together. So it'll be interesting to see how they fight each other off.
Mm-hmm. And it does look like right now that we've got a race between Harpeth Hall and Skyline for that first, second place. Very good push here from Celine and Rockford for that third, fourth position. And then, like you said, Green Hills, very good race. Then across from them at Forest Hill Central. And then we start to see Allardyce A coming onto screen and Upper St. Clair there in the field. But it does look like Harpeth Hall has the first place advantage at the current moment in that halfway mark that we see with the Regatta Island. Skyline, they're in a second place position. Third now maybe is Celine, about half boat, at least trying to make a half boat lead over Rockford. Then Green Hills, Forest Hill Central, coming back closer on screen, Allardyce, and then Upper St. Clair.
Yeah, Harpeth Hall is really turning it on right now, putting on a big push here and just pulling away with each stroke. It's going to be a real tight race, though, for the third place, and I could see them picking a good push towards Skyline for a second. It's still anybody's race here.
And so
a lot can happen.
It can happen in a single. Again, because even though the race unfolds more slowly, if you're really paying attention to every single stroke, you see how much action and how much determination is going on. So I can see in the body language of the Celine rower just a lot of determination and grit, trying to get that bow ball out ahead every single stroke. Very effective, forceful leg drive and body lean back to try to carry that momentum. And I think that's gaining just millimeters every stroke, which is paying off and may open up a little bit of an open water lead over Rockford as we come into the last 500 meters. That's, I think, maybe the goal in that athlete's race plan, trying to stay ahead by a certain point, wanting and hungry for that third place finish here in the women's varsity singles.
Now, what do you think is going through their minds right now as they're coming into this last 500 meters? A single, you don't have a coxswain to cheer you along. It's got to be all in your head here.
Yeah, absolutely. You're definitely talking to yourself. So you have to be very, I would say, strong of mind to pursue this single and race at this level. So it's all very individual. If I was racing in this race, I'd just be like, go, go, go. But everybody... People who tend towards the single inherently are going to be very self-driven, very internal, willing to put in a lot of miles either by themselves or just with their team, but being able to put themselves out there by themselves, I think, is a really interesting dynamic. Rowing is typically a big team sport, so to be able to have the determination and focus of a single at a junior level, a scholastic level, is a real special breed, I'd say. So
absolutely.
definitely a good push here. That Harpeth Hall is still in the commanding first place. Skyline in second. Celine in third. Rockford in fourth. But that crew next to them coming in close, as is the Green Hills single out on the far side of the field as they come towards the spectator area. And we're back here with the men's junior double final here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships. That just started a moment ago. In lane 1, we have Shaker Heights on the far left-hand side of the screen, Northville in lane 2, lane 3, East Grand Rapids, Forest Hills Central A in lane 4, lane 5, Green Hills, rowing out of Washtenaw Rowing Center, Montgomery Bell in lane 6, lane 7, North Allegheny A, and Skyline A in lane 8. As we get oriented here after that first 500 meters, it does look to be Green Hills Washtenaw Rowing Center in a very strong lead, fighting there strongly with Montgomery Bell off to their left-hand side, off to their starboard side. And then next to them, Forest Hill and East Grand Rapids having a bit of a battle there for that third place position. And then almost, a little bit level there for then the next field there between Shaker Heights, Northville, North Allegheny, and Skyline A. But Green Hills putting down some very strong strokes here in that initial lead here in this men's junior double final. Or excuse me, it looks like we're farther along than I initially thought.
We've got about 300 meters to go, maybe. Yeah.
Here I thought we were only 300 meters in. No wonder they're rowing so hard here. They're looking for that finish line. Yep, we can see some of the red buoys here, and rowing red means go. So we're in that last 250 meters, as Jim was saying, and you can see a little bit of an uptick in the rate here out of that Green Hills crew, trying to open up even more of a lead here as they try to aim to cross the finish line first. Very good battle unfolding there between East Grand Rapids and Montgomery Bell now for that second place.
So this is a junior double event, which means that both of the rowers have to be juniors. They can't be seniors. And it's for those of you who are new to the sport, when you see a 2X, that means that each rower, the X indicates they're going to have 2 oars, which we call sculling, as opposed to sweep rowing, which is only with 1 oar.
Yeah, but here we are. We see Green Hills is going to cross that finish line first, but look at that lead there. That East Grand Rapids
is pulling on right now.
Yep, and Montgomery Bell also trying to hold on here ahead of Forest Hills A, and it is that East Grand Rapids who pull into that second place position, and Montgomery Bell may have just edged out Forest Hills Central A unofficially. So do check the regatta website for official results. Then after that, we see the Northville crew, Shaker Heights, North Allegheny A, and Skyline A coming across the line. Very fast last 400 meters here.
Absolutely. These gentlemen really picked up their pace in the last 400 meters. They're fighting hard.
So even as juniors, it'll be exciting to, knowing they have at least another year left for their Scholastic career, it'll be interesting to see how maybe that translates to next year's Midwest Scholastic Championships, because that was a very good, tight race. Just taking off here and is the start of the men's varsity double final B. Over in lane 1, we have Rockford A, North Allegheny in lane 2, lane 3, Forest Hills Central A, Skyline in lane 4, lane 5, Montgomery Bell A, Parkersburg in lane 6, lane 7, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and Allardyce in lane 8. So we're starting to see an early lead here. I would bargain to say maybe by Skyline by a foot or two, but then we're looking at Forest Hills Central A, North Allegheny, and Montgomery Bell kind of in a fight there for that second place, but maybe Montgomery Bell has taken a lead over Skyline. Oh, apologies. We look to have had a scratch in this race potentially. So because we're seeing less boats on the race course than they are listed on our sheet, so apologies if we have mislabeled any crews here. We're going with the best to our knowledge here, but our monitor should be reading correctly that yes, we're looking at Rockford A in lane 1, North Allegheny in lane 2, lane 3, Forest Hills Central A, 4, Skyline, Parkersburg in lane 6, lane 7, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and then Allardyce in lane 8. So Parkersburg currently in a slight lead over Skyline, and then Skyline over Forest Hills Central A, them over North Allegheny, and then closer to screen lane 8 would then be next in line Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 7. After them and rounding out the field would be Rockford A, far side of the screen, but it is Parkersburg in the current lead here for the men's varsity double B final.
Looks like they're in a lead, but it's still very, very close here. A lot can happen. It's kind of hard to tell from this angle too. They're close though. I'd say all three of those crews are really in good contention for a first place spot here. When we're coming up, this island here is at the 750 mark, so we are halfway through. So it's really anybody's race.
And we can see that halfway mark of that island is definitely sparking some interesting moves now. We looked at really have a tight race unfolding between those three. You can see the athletes looking either side, trying to see, okay, where's the momentum? Where's the race happening?
And I think Skyline has definitely made a concerted push there at the island. I don't know if that's part of their race plan, but they definitely have started to pull up a little bit more and try to pull away from the other crews. But it's still a very tight race. A lot can happen here. And we're seeing Parkersburg put on a push here, as are we seeing Forest Hills Central. Central's really turning it up. Skyline's trying to fend them off.
You can see the bow of Parkersburg looking over, or I'm sorry, is that Orchard Lake St. Mary's or Parkersburg over there?
I believe that's Parkersburg that's in, oh, sorry, down below.
Yes, here, the closer red, the team in red, closer on screen, I can see the bow of that boat looking around, trying to see either where's the finish line or how far do we have to go to stay with that Skyline crew in the lead. I think they may be surprised to be so close.
Yeah. And we've got maybe about 400 meters to go here.
Skyline still in the lead, but Forest Hills Central A have inched ever so closer. Their bow ball sitting now on the stroke seat of Skyline. Parkersburg then with a little bit of overlap there on that second place crew of Forest Hills, who's making a charge for Skyline. And then back and forth, we're looking at North Allegheny and Orchard Lake St. Mary's for that kind of fourth, fifth position at the current moment.
And Skyline's really fighting off there, but really strong push from Forest Hills Central as we come into the last couple strokes of this race.
Yep, we can start to see a little bump in rate here, so a little gear shift here, definitely noticeable there in the Skyline crew, probably picking up some of the energy and shouts from the fans here on shore. Forest Hills Central A trying to hang on to that speed, trying to, either hang on to it or exceed it. It does look like they've taken up their rate as well, and so it is probably down to the line here, just the next 5 strokes, but it is Skyline with the unofficial win here. Very good push, Forest Hills Central there, gained a little bit of speed, and now Parkersburg in that third place position.
Yeah, the margin of victory there is only about 6 feet or so. Really good, gutsy race from all the crews. We see a little bit of a
bobble there for Orchard Lake.
But Orchard Lake got it back.
But they kept it there together. North Allegheny then crossing the line next. Allardyce in lane 8 and Rockford A rounding out this men's varsity double final B.
And now we've moved over to the A final of the men's varsity double. In lane 1, we've got Allardyce A. Lane 2, Fox Chapel. Lane 3, Montgomery Bell B. Lane 4, Shaker Heights. Lane 5, East Grand Rapids. 6 is Northville. 7 is Northview. And in lane 8, Traverse City West. See East Grand Rapids in their trademark yellow shells here. So they'll be easy to pick out amongst the light white crews on the rest of them. Or I guess we got one black shell here.
Harder to tell, and again, kind of a surprise. Again, we expect to see out of a time trial a chevron shape to be able to lead the pack, but we've got a bit of a zigzag happening. So some crews outperforming their seed into this race. Some maybe just holding their cards a little closer as the race unfolds, because we're still early on here in this men's varsity A final, or the men's varsity double A final. But very good race now between Fox Chapel and Northview. They are in the current lead either side of the screen. You can almost see that their bow ball is crossing the top edges of the monitor here. Good push by Shaker Heights for third. Their bow ball sitting about halfway between the 2 lead crews.
And Montgomery Bell B is also eating into that lead of Shaker Heights there. They're really pushing. It's really anybody's race at this stage. We're still in the early part of the race course here. A lot can happen.
But a common race strategy is try to get out fast, get out early. That way you can respond, not react. And so I think that's paying off here for that Fox Chapel crew, and also that Northview, crew. So Northview, perhaps,
it's very close.
Very close. Maybe slight advantage to Fox Chapel over Northview, but only by a foot. So as we're looking at the buoys, as these crews are crossing that buoy line, it does look like Fox Chapel is crossing them by maybe a hair of a second ahead of Northview.
And one of the challenges is that these 2 crews are so far apart in terms of lanes, so it's a lot harder for them to sense the competition of who's going to be next to them as opposed to the crews that are right next to each other. We have a big push coming from the rest of the pack here.
Yeah. And this is a hard boat to execute well, especially like you're saying. It's a big field. You got eight boats competing in this race. This men's double final is without a coxswain to be able to have a little voice in there telling you what to do. So there is a little bit of looking around outside of the boat to just see where people are stacking up while also trying to stay internal and matching with your doubles partner.
Absolutely. We've just crossed the 1,000-meter mark, so moving into the last 500 meters.
Man, it's still neck and neck there between Northview and Fox Chapel, but maybe Northview with the slight advantage now at this point by maybe a foot. So we're looking at Northview, Fox Chapel, Shaker Heights, Montgomery Bell B, Northville, East Grand Rapids, and then Allardyce A and Traverse City West taking out the rest of the field. Very good close-up shot here of this Northview crew. And it does look to be that they have the advantage by now a seat over Fox Chapel, all the way over on the far side of the race course.
This Northview crew is really rowing very nicely. They've got nice clean catches. They're placing those blades in. Really nice, getting good backslash on there. Really getting connected to the water. A lot of people think when you're rowing, you're pushing the water. You're moving the water. It's actually not the case. The water stays still, and you're kind of prying the boat past the water there.
Mm-hmm.
And so really locking in. You don't want that blade to slip in. You want to get it really attacked in. That bowman is really doing a nice job.
And staying in the legs, staying long and efficient. They're doing a great job of that even as they've taken up the rate. They're trying to get a strong lead over Fox Chapel. They can probably hear the cheers as they come towards the spectator area. And it does look to seem they've opened up the speed can here. So Northview now charging towards the finish line, trying to take the win here in the men's varsity double final here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships.
Last couple strokes here as they approach that finish line.
And they will take it. Northview, winners of the men's double here of the Midwest Scholastic Championships. Then Fox Chapel, third Shaker Heights. Very close race here for fourth. Ooh, hard to tell there if it was East Grand Rapids or Montgomery Bell B. But then Northville rounding out there in that sixth place position. Traverse City West in 7 and Allardyce A in 8. Seeing the athletes fully spent here at the end of that race. Very tight through that middle part of the race. It's like a rock concert. Ooh, all right. It's a bit of a rock concert here over at the Midwest Scholastic Championships, the Cat Bennett Racecourse here at the Kensington Metro Park here in Milford, Michigan. So you just saw a promotion there for the host of this regatta. But now we are looking at the women's varsity coxed 4B final. In lane 1, farthest side of the screen, you can see Huron. And then in the yellow boat, Mount Lebanon. Lane 3, Forest Hills Northern. New Trier in lane 4. Lane 5, Culver Academies. St. Ignatius Chicago in lane 6. Lane 7, Theodore Roosevelt. And East Grand Rapids in lane 8.
Well, we've got nice tight racing here from these fours. These are fours with a coxswain, so there's a coxswain. In these boats, typically the coxswain's going to be laying down in a little cockpit in the front of the boat, so really their head is going to be just popping up. So they've got a nice view of what's ahead of them. They don't have as good of a view of what's behind them, so it's hard for that crew out in front for the coxswain to know how much of a margin of victory are they on right now, or if they're being threatened.
Yeah, so it does look like Culver Academy's dealing with that good problem of being in the lead.
Absolutely.
So that crew out in front in the first place position. Second place seems to be New Trier and St. Ignatius Chicago, about dead level for that second place spot. a race for fourth happening between Forest Hills Northern and Mount Lebanon, maybe even having East Grand Rapids throwing their hat in that game for that fifth, fourth, sixth place spot. All crews in contact with each other for the first couple of strokes here of the women's varsity coxed 4B final.
We're about 650 meters into the race here. So we're really settling into that middle part of the race. We're executing our base pace, trying to be really efficient, trying to just get in those miles before we start lifting towards the sprint towards the end.
So Jim, you were talking about the challenges this kind of boat class poses to coxswains, and as a coxswain, what would be something that you apply to this type of boat class at this point in the race if you were in that lead, say in the Culver's Academy boat?
I'd try to, at this point, keep it within our crew here. I would not want to overreact to the other crews, because we've set out a whole good race plan, and obviously you're going to want to respond, but Culver's in a really nice position here where they've had this commanding lead. They want to try to extend that in here, laying on a little bit more power, but not go crazy. They want to keep that efficiency that's put them in this first place spot so far.
Yeah, you want to toggle that line between full send and you've got a little bit left to give, but these athletes trying to keep them at about 98%.
Absolutely.
All right, and now it does look to be, we've got the Culver Academies in the lead here, but now a newer, more clear second place, New Trier, St. Ignatius, Chicago in third. Fourth, that yellow shell here of East Grand Rapids now in the fourth place position.
And New Trier is really pushing it up there. It's hard to tell with this angle, but it's really only a few feet of margin that Culver's got there. They've got to really hang on in these last couple hundred meters of the race.
And that Culver's Academy coxswain should take a gander over. It does look like the New Trier coxswain has propped themselves out a little of the boat, just attempting to gain that lead and that advantage, which it looks like they have now just taken over Culver Academies. So now your new leader in this race is New Trier, then Culver Academies, St. Ignatius, Chicago, your 1, 2, 3 here of the B final of the women's varsity coxed 4.
And you can see that New Trier has really stepped up their stroke rate, try to get in as many strokes as possible for the finish. But Culver's responding too here.
Mm-hmm. Now, slightly heavier boat, so it does take a lot of effort to overcome and get that momentum back. But once you have the momentum, you can feel like you're flying. So very good pace and swing here from the New Trier crew. You can see in their body language just the determination and trying to build in that together. Then the Culver Academy's boat trying to respond, trying to get that bow ball back in the fight. And then St. Ignatius Chicago here for the 1, 2, 3 of the B final of the women's varsity 4. The coxswain of that New Trier boat almost physically out there grabbing for the finish line. Very good push here by St. Ignatius Chicago, who will take third, next to Culver Academies, who will take second.
And for fourth, it's going to be real close there.
Whew, hard to tell you with that fourth place crew, but somewhere between Mount Lebanon and Theodore Roosevelt, Forest Hills, and East Grand Rapids, and rounding out the field, Huron.
As we move over to the A final, which is the next event We got an exciting 8 boats of racing. In lane 4, the St. Joseph Academy boat. Basically, every rower in that boat medaled at the SRAA Nationals last year, so they've got a lot of experience in this varsity 4.
And probably speaks to their current lead here in that race. So you can see over in lane 4, St. Joseph Academy that Jim was mentioning, fighting for lead with Pioneer in this women's varsity coxed 4A final. And if we were to read the field from the top of the screen down closer to us as the referee reads left to right, we're looking at North Catholic in lane 1, lane 2, Marietta, Upper Arlington, lane 3, lane 4, St. Joseph Academy, Pioneer in lane 5, lane 6, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, Notre Dame Academy in lane 7, and lane 8, Perrysburg.
So Pioneer is from one of the high schools in Ann Arbor.
And
Got
they're
a
trying
nice
to
race developing here.
Yeah, they're trying to keep that bow ball in contact with the charging St. Joseph Academy crew. So like you were saying, very experienced crew, a depth of good race results together in this lineup. We expect a strong performance from them. Pioneer is able to keep up with that speed in the current second place, but fight for third here. Orchard Lake St. Mary's seems to have a slight advantage over that looks to be Marietta over on the far side of the field for that third place. And I know Marietta, as part of their club notes, they have had a struggle this season that they've now just started to overcome. So their boathouse flooded twice. Their home regatta was canned and affected by this flooding. So they've come together as a team and are starting to show their speed. And it's going to be a surprise to see how they can perform here, but very motivated by that spirit and resilience. So in that fight for third place there between Orchard Lake St. Mary's and Marietta, the darker colored shells here that we're looking at, we see Upper Arlington throwing in some fight here. We see Notre Dame Academy and Perrysburg. They're trying to see what they can do for that fourth place, but it is St. Joseph Academy, and now a very strong lead first place, maybe a little bit of open water now over Pioneer. And very good charge now from Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
Yeah, in that St. Joseph Academy crew, there's a lot of experience with 2 seniors, 2 juniors, and a sophomore. Again, they had all medaled at one event or another at the SRAA Nationals last year.
And you can see that happen in programs where if you have some early success, or some of them have been able to compete at a high level, it's passing the baton of experience and good habits and routine, and bringing that kind of spirit and focus to their practices, so that's easily translated down to the younger athletes within a program. So great culture of performance there over at the St. Joseph Academy, clearly translating well as they cross the spectator area into the last 250 meters
and
of
Orchard
this race.
Lake, boy, Orchard Lake St. Mary has really just stepped up right now.
Yes, you're right. You called that there is a good push here from Orchard Lake St. Mary's trying to contend for that second place spot in the women's varsity Cox 4, maybe a slight advantage now over Pioneer. They seem to have had the momentum. Now they seem to be about stroke for stroke, maybe a little bit of a higher cadence there out of Orchard Lake St. Mary's, trying to take that gear shift early, see if that translates to some faster speed. But they are neck and neck with Pioneer for that second place here in the women's varsity 4. But Orchard Lake trying to keep it, try to maybe shortening up the strokes a little bit, just trying to get more blades in the water between now and the last 5 strokes.
This is really exciting for Orchard Lake. A very deep program. But women have only been at the school for a couple years now.
So clearly translating very well. Very tight there for fourth. Unofficially even hard to see here between the camera angle and the quick times as they've crossed the finish line. But it was that St. Joseph Academy in that first place. Unofficially, it looked to be Orchard Lake St. Mary's had that swing with them as they crossed the finish line, maybe just a foot or two ahead of Pioneer. And then now we are looking at the start of the women's second varsity Cox 4 final. So a slew of fours here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships, one right after the other. But as we are looking, as the referee reads from left to right, so on the course reading right to left if you're following the live stream, we're looking at Culver Academies in lane 1, lane 2, Perrysburg, St. Joseph Academy in lane 3, lane 4, North Catholic, Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 5, lane 6, Fox Chapel, Harpeth Hall in lane 7, and in lane 8, Forest Hills Northern. And another very good show of speed out of the Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew in this race, similar to the last race, throwing it down at the St. Joseph Academy. Again, another fight from race to race. So sometimes, like you're saying, you were talking about the depth of experience within the previous races, St. Joseph Academy crew, and probably the same of the Orchard Lake. We're seeing that fight now happening here in this other event, again, between Orchard Lake St. Mary's and St. Joseph Academy in a current 1-2. Maybe third place, unofficially, could be North Catholic. Between those two, between the Sun and the Shells, maybe we're seeing a good charge over by Fox Chapel, Harpeth Hall, and Forest Hills for that fourth place.
And so this is the second varsity 4 with coxed. So typically what will happen is a program will try to put out its fastest crew as the first varsity 4, and then the second varsity 4 will be the next fastest rowers. But it can be oftentimes very challenging for a coach to figure out who are those top rowers. So there's going to be a lot of comparison between events as well to see.
Strong charge here by Orchard Lake St. Mary's, now in a first place position. St. Joseph Academy in second. North Catholic and Harpeth Hall look to be the fight for the third place position. Forest Hills Northern just a touch behind by maybe only 2 seats in that current 5th place. Fox Chapel and Perrysburg about dead level.
Yeah.
And then Culver Academy is rounding out the field, but it's still Orchard Lake St. Mary's out in front, now extending their lead to almost a full boat, maybe even a little bit of open water over St. Joseph Academy. But third is really where the race is unfolding here in this race.
Yeah, I think Harpeth Hall may have just a little bit of an edge here, but Forest Hills Northern is making a big push here on the outside in lane 8 there. I think they may have actually caught up to North Catholic there. It's hard to tell from this angle.
No, I think you are correct. As the bow balls are crossing each one of these buoy lines, it does look to be, as you said, that Harpeth Hall has the advantage in a third place position, but every boat has contact, and not even that. Their bow balls are probably only within about 7-8 feet of each other here.
Yeah.
So as we start to see the buoys then change into the last 500, you'll really start to see where the grit and training and the trust the rowers have between each other come into play here. Who can put their bow ball out in front to cross this last 500 meters?
And there's going to be a lot of energy in the crew. When you're rowing in a race that has this many boats across right next to each other, you hear the rowers next to you. There's just a lot of excitement. It can be challenging to keep yourself under control and keep executing a smooth race plan here as the energy builds up. Certainly the energy will help you keep your intensity going, but the efficiency becomes more challenging. And Orchard Lake's really just striding out here in the last 500 meters. It's a nice long stroke. They've stepped up certainly stepped up their stroke rating.
Again, like you're saying, perhaps racing a time from the other entry in the event prior. So very motivated by that internal drive, because again, this being a coxed 4, perhaps that is some of the feedback that coxswain is giving their athletes in this race. But it is Orchard Lake St. Mary's in the first place position, St. Joseph's Academy in the second place position. Third place now seems to be a fight between Harpeth Hall and Forest Hills Northern. Forest Hills Northern, depending on how it's seen, it does look like their athletes are a little bit closer to the finish line than Harpeth Hall. It looks like North Catholic has fallen off a little bit of that fight, but still in it. Fox Chapel trying to hold in there as well.
We're watching them come by the announcer's booth here, and there's a lot of energy going on through here. They come in and they start hearing their teammates cheer them on.
And with a blink of an eye, that's the finish line. So you're seeing Orchard Lake St. Mary's taking away the win here. First place, St. Joseph's Academy in second.
And it looks like it'll be Northern for the third.
Yes, and it does look to be, it was Northern and then Harpeth Hall. That fight for third here in the women's second varsity coxed 4. And to see full results of this race, go check the Regatta website for links to the final official results here of the Midwest Scholastic Championships at the Cat Bennett Racecourse. Next event we're seeing just starting is the men's varsity cox 4 final. In lane 1, we have Perrysburg on the far side of the screen. Lane 2, we have Theodore Roosevelt, Fox Chapel. In lane 3, lane 4, New Trier. Forest Hills Northern in lane 5, lane 6, St. Ignatius Chicago, Shaker Heights in lane 7, lane 8, Rockford. Always sneaky this time of day between the light and the color of the shells to know who's exactly in this race, because the darker shells tend to blend in with the water, but it does look like that darker shell of New Trier is out in front in the first place. Maybe Rockford in there as well. A bit of dark horses. Hard to tell their speed here from our angle here in the announcing booth, but definitely strong leads out of those two crews. And then fields coming back from them would be the Forest Hills Northern, St. Ignatius Chicago, Shaker Heights, and then the lighter colored shell of Theodore Roosevelt, Fox Chapel, then Perrysburg. But now it looks to be New Trier in that lane 4 with the current lead. Forest Hills Northern trying to throw their hat down as who's going to get to that first 500 meter mark first. And it does look to be New Trier over in lane 4 who will snag that first, but then it is just feet between them. Forest Hills Northern, St. Ignatius Chicago, Rockford, and Shaker Heights as we look the field this direction, but don't count out that lighter colored shell over in lane 2 of Theodore Roosevelt. Kind of a nice position to be in if you're a little farther away from the action. People kind of forget you're out there.
Absolutely. And this Rockford crew on the near side here is really striding in there too. Don't count them out.
Yeah, I would say that Rockford crew is probably in a 4th place position, trying to fight for 4th with that Theodore Roosevelt crew.
Wait, but it is tight in those first 3 crews.
It is. And it does look like Forest Hills Northern has perhaps snagged the lead away from New Trier by just a foot or two. So they probably had a move set in their race plan to cross that halfway point. But New Trier responding very composed, very well to that move. So it is dead level now. New Trier and Forest Hills Northern. New Trier has a little bit more of the momentum, so they kind of exchanged places there, but it is New Trier with the momentum now, charging it out in the first place position. Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, I was just going to say that New Trier has really stepped up their stroke rating. You can see they are taking many more strokes per minute than the Forest Hills Northern crew right there. We still got 500 meters to go, a little bit over 500 meters to go, so let's see if they can sustain this into this last 500 meters.
Right, because there's only so much you can go. So you always have to weigh. You know you can gain more speed with a higher stroke rate if you're effective, but do you have enough gears to go as you come down to the red buoys? And you can only row effectively so high. So it's on the part of the coxswain and the pre-approved race plan to figure out and know what are we capable of, and what can we execute as we come down the race course. But it does look like that move is paid off for New Trier. But Forest Hills Northern, you're right, is understroking them a little bit, but still maintaining that speed. So this will be exciting as they get into the red buoys. Third place looks to be that St. Ignatius Chicago boat. Theodore Roosevelt about halfway through them, so trying to push their bow ball ahead. It looks like they've just taken a move now that I've said their name. And Rockford here keeping in contact. I can see the coxswain looking over across the field. They know that they are in contention for a third place, so this fight for third is now unfolding to be pretty interesting.
As is the fight for the first place here. Does look like Northern has really stepped it up now. They held back on lifting their stroke rating, and now they have, and it's really paid off as they're into the red zone here. It is a tight race.
Yep, they've just crossed in those red buoys. You can see the energy, you can see the will and determination of these athletes here between Forest Hills Northern, closest to us on screen, New Trier, the far side of the screen. New Trier trying to take a little bit up there, but the Forest Hills Northern boat responding. It is neck and neck, hard to tell, but maybe an inch or a bow ball to Forest Hills Northern over New Trier at this moment. But as we start to hear the spectators cheer on their athletes here, New Trier looks to be pouring on the sauce. They've upped their rate here. Look at them trying to take a little bit of half strokes, maybe getting it across the line. Unofficially too hard to tell.
Dead even.
Third place here, now very, very tight. Theodore Roosevelt looks to have taken that. Shaker Heights and St. Ignatius crossing in there very close thereafter. Fox Chapel coming into the game. Or pardon me, Rockford was one of those crews. St. Ignatius Chicago coming in, and then Perrysburg rounding out this very tight race of the men's varsity coxed 4B final.
Now, these men's varsity coxed fours, these are going to be some of the most seasoned athletes on the team. So we're going to see a lot of maturity from these rowers. And so they're not necessarily going to get rattled by being down a seat or two in the middle of the course. And we saw that from that Forest Hills Northern crew as New Trier pulled up. They responded very well. And again, we do not know who won that race.
Yeah. On screen now, we're looking at the men's varsity coxed 4 final. And as the referee reads from left to right the current perspective of the live stream, we are looking at Mount Lebanon in lane 1, lane 2, Northville, Forest Hills Central in lane 3, lane 4, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, St. Ignatius Cleveland in lane 5, lane 6, St. Edward, Pioneer in lane 7, lane 8, Upper Arlington. Again, this is the men's varsity coxed 4A final. Looks to have a initial lead out of Orchard Lake St. Mary's and St. Ignatius Cleveland. About a seat lead to Orchard Lake over St. Ignatius Cleveland. Third place looking to be St. Edward. Fourth place Pioneer, then Upper Arlington. Off to the right-hand side of the screen, but Forest Hills Central, trying to throw their hat in the ring for this top 5 finish in the men's varsity coxed 4 final of the Midwest Scholastic Championships here in Milford, Michigan. So as we would expect after yesterday's time trials, advancing into this A final here, we are seeing a lead in speed in the middle of the pack, very strong now between Orchard Lake St. Mary's and St. Ignatius Cleveland for 1-2, crossing this landmark here in the race course. Third, looking to be St. Edward. As we adjust our angle here to get even a better read, it looks like Forest Hill Central is perhaps vying for that third place spot. Currently in fourth place, but they have a lot of momentum. They've climbed up the field here a number of positions to be in contention at this point. And just like that, they look to have slingshotted now into a fight for third between Forest Hill Central and St. Edward. And it does look to be, it looks like their bow ball is crossing just a hair ahead, every single stroke ahead of St. Edward, that fight unfolding for that fourth place position. So Forest Hill Central now on the charge for the third place. And it looks like in a couple strokes they may have some overlap with the St. Edward crew. So current leaders in this men's varsity coxed 4, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, St. Ignatius, Cleveland, St. Edward, and then Forest Hills. On the near side here, we see a little bit of Pioneer popping into the screen, Northville and Mount Lebanon off to the left-hand side, far side of the screen. But it is Orchard Lake, St. Ignatius, St. Edward. But Forest Hills, they have had the best momentum so far this race. They started out perhaps 6th or 5th in this field, and look at them charging now that they're coming across more spectators, more fans. They are just charging every single stroke, trying to see can they get their bow ball into a third place position, but it is Orchard Lake St. Mary's who've taken away first, St. Ignatius Cleveland second, St. Edward fending off that fight for third over Forest Hills Central. And then Pioneer coming in to screen here. And then perhaps Mount Lebanon just a hair over Northville unofficially, but do check the website for official race results here for this men's varsity coxed 4 A final at the Midwest Scholastic Championships.
Now we cut over to the women's freshman 8 final. Excuse me. Men's. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
Men's second varsity coxed 4 final.
Sorry, jumped ahead.
Things were moving so fast. You thought they were 8s. It's a lot of paper. It's a lot of paper to juggle. It's a lot of boats to keep track of. Eight lanes of boats here, a full course, full race schedule set here for the Midwest Scholastic Championships. But you are correct. We're on event number 70, the men's second varsity coxed 4 final.
So you've got St. Edward in lane 1, Forest Hill Central in lane 2, Montgomery Bell in lane 3, St. Ignatius Cleveland in lane 4, Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 5, New Trier in lane 6, Northville in lane 7, and Pioneer in lane 8. These are all names that we heard in the previous event because these crews are really concentrating on these 4 events here, these 4 with coxswain events here. This will be the second varsity 4. So these will be the rowers that have been competing, they've been working, they're going to be competing both within this event and against the times of the event that just preceded.
Tough race here, especially with, again, the darker colored shells against the water this point in the morning, but a very tight race for first place between New Trier and St. Ignatius Cleveland, sandwiched between them Orchard Lake St. Mary's in a third place position, depending on how that fight for first shakes out. The darker colored shell over on the far side of the screen, Forest Hill Central, about level with the closer shell of Pioneer. Does look to be St. Ignatius Cleveland in that yellow shell, slight lead now over New Trier.
And they're coming up to the halfway point here at that island. This is typically where a lot of crews like to make a move. They've got half the race course under their belts, and they're trying to push in the second half. And I think that Ignatius Cleveland has really decided to make a strong concerted move here.
They've really opened it up here. Just like you said, probably part of their strategy to cross and bridge the first half of the race with the second half of the race. But now it looks like New Trier has maybe started to kick in their race plan. They've looked to have made a move. So even though St. Ignatius bumped ahead by a fair margin there, New Trier is answering back that call. Pioneer also looking to have made a move there, throwing their hats in the game for the third place with Orchard Lake. They're probably only sitting about a half boat down to third of Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Orchard Lake, though, their bow ball moving ever so slightly into that New Trier boat. It's a great place to be sandwiched between two boats who may be slightly ahead because you know exactly what's happening, and you're able to lasso onto any moves that are being made either way. So I think Orchard Lake has been able to take advantage of that. They are now in the swing of things. They have now surpassed New Trier. They are trying to put in a bit of an effort here, trying to move their bow ball. Every single stroke, their bow ball moving up a seat on St. Ignatius Cleveland.
Yeah, Orchard Lake has definitely picked up their stroke rating in this last 500 meters here. We'll see if it's going to be enough to pull into St. Ignatius. See that bow ball is just sitting on the stroke seat of the Ignatius boat there.
Looks like, yeah, St. Ignatius is, they saw that move being made. Some of it, they saw the bow ball encroach further on their shell, but again, the advantage of being ahead of the field is you can respond. And so they have been able to maintain, they've not let Orchard Lake advance. So Orchard Lake trying to make a fight for first. They were in fourth just a minute or two ago, but now they find themselves here in the second place position of the men's second varsity Cox 4 final, in that second place position, fighting for first.
And we're into those red buoys here, so we're the last few strokes of the race here. Remember, these rowers, if they're behind, they're relying on their coxswain to tell them how far to go, how much further they have to close that gap here. First place crew has the advantage. They can see where the other crews are shaking out here and respond.
Very good move there on the far side of the screen in the lanes closest to shore out of Forest Hills Central. They've upped the rate and now look to be about level with New Trier. But as we cross the finish line, it is going to be that yellow shell of St. Ignatius, Cleveland taking the first place, Orchard Lake St. Mary's in second. Third place, very hard to call, but New Trier seemed to have taken it away, but then unofficially hard to tell between then Pioneer, Forest Hills Central.
I think Pioneer may have just got it at the end.
And then we're looking at Northville, rounding it out over Montgomery Bell and St. Edward, crossing the line in a few more strokes. I mean, for a fours race, it almost felt like an eights race with just like all the back and forth and the advancing and the close finishes.
It was really excellent racing from these rowers.
And speaking of speed, our next event lining up here is the women's freshman 8A final.
So it looks like it'll still be another minute or two while the coxswains get attached to the stake boats and find their points. This is actually a challenging part of the race for these freshmen because they have to...
We've set records in WinTech.
We really felt the King was the most efficient, effective, and fastest shell out on the water for us. WinTech King is the perfect boat to rep. All hail the King!
racing just underway with the women's freshman 8 final. Looking on the screen as the referee reads left to right. So on the upper side of the screen here in lane 1, we have Upper Arlington. In lane 2, St. Joseph Academy. Lane 3, Northville. Lane 4, New Trier. East Grand Rapids in lane 5. Lane 6, Harpeth Hall. Magnifica. In lane 7. In lane 8, Loyola. This being my first Scholastic championships to announce, it's good for me to learn all these names. I have seen some of them show up at different national championships at the high school level. So forgive me if I mispronounce any names, but do tell me. Always learning here.
Well, it looks like New Trier has opened up a lead in the first part of this race here. And we've got a real tight race for second place.
Mm-hmm. Between Harpeth Hall and Loyola, it looks to be. Again, hard with the sun angle right now, but I think you're right that New Trier out in a commanding lead for this women's freshman 8 final. Harpeth Hall and Loyola, maybe Loyola a little bit at this point. Hard to tell for second place. Third place, St. Joseph Academy, just trying to hang in there. They're crossing that first 500-meter mark, so we have another 1,000 meters left in this race, and a lot can happen. And when you have momentum in an 8, you literally feel the boat pick up and feel lighter. Your effort's still 100%. It's still hard, don't get me wrong, but it feels like you can move so much faster. So I think that's a little bit of the momentum we're seeing happen for St. Joseph Academy. They were farther back in the pack, probably about 200 meters ago, but now they're almost dead level in that fight for second between St. Joseph Academy, Harpeth Hall, and Loyola.
Well, and that St. Joseph Academy crew a couple weeks ago won the Huron River Sprints, so they have some experience here. I think they have pulled into second place. We can see that these freshman crews are struggling a little bit keeping their boats straight down the course here, but they're responding very well.
And that can happen for a variety of reasons. So we know, if this is a newer crowd to rowing, that this is a coxed boat. So part of the navigation is on the part of the coxswain to, execute the straightest line from A to B, which is typically straight. But there's a lot of difference this being a freshman boat. Power can be very different side
Absolutely.
to side. And they're still refining their matching with their teammates, so there could just be a little bit more of in-sync timing on one boat or one side of the boat versus the other. And it's just something that comes with experience. The more races these crews lay down together, the more precise each one of these races will be.
It's really a tight race for second place here.
I'd say now the fight for second is between St. Joseph Academy and Loyola. Harpeth Hall fallen back a couple of seats in that fight, but momentum is definitely with St. Joseph's Academy for that second place. But out there in front, New Trier is doing a fantastic job just opening it up. They've got now open water over the field by probably a boat length here in the women's freshman 8.
And as they move into this last third of the race course, as they cross the 1,000-meter mark, they really are in a comfortable position to try to open up that lead further, really establish. These are women that are going to be rowing hopefully for another 3 years after this. So this is a great first experience at a championship regatta. And we can hear St. Joseph's Academy really cheering on their crew.
Yeah,
they're coming into earshot now, so we'll see if they respond.
Absolutely. Based on where we're positioned, we can hear the St. Joseph Academy fans trying to impart some spirit and energy to their crews because they're in a very strong second place position. But currently, New Trier, St. Joseph Academy, Loyola, and Harpeth Hall now having that fight for third place. Northville trying to maybe put their hat in this fight as well. New Trier Academy definitely making a strong charge here as they come into the finish line. We were just hearing a flurry of support from everyone here on shore, but it is New Trier in that first place position. Hard to tell here who's in second. Looks like we have a new contender here out on the far side of the field. But it is the St. Joseph Academy in second place. Fight for third, though, between Harpeth Hall and Loyola. Down to the line. Maybe Loyola has edged them out.
Yeah.
And it is Loyola in that third place position over Harpeth Hall by just about a half a boat here in the women's freshman 8 final. Northville then coming into play here. East Grand Rapids in contact with them. Magnificat in that bluer shell in lane 7. And then rounding out the field, Upper Arlington out there on lane 1. Next race underway is the men's freshman 8 final. So similar category to the event prior, except for men. And in lane 1, in the darker shell, we have Montgomery Bell. In lane 2, Loyola. St. Edward in lane 3. Lane 4, New Trier. Central Catholic Pittsburgh in lane 5. Lane 6, St. Ignatius Cleveland. Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 7. And lane 8, Northville.
We've got a real dogfight here out in front between New Trier and Central Catholic. See, they can just feel the energy right next to each other. You can see the race official following closely because both crews are close to the buoy line there. They want to make sure that they're going to stay nice, well apart of each other. There isn't any interference.
Well, it's kind of like driving.
Exactly.
Wherever you put your eyes is where you're going to go. And so sometimes if the rowers and the coxswains are looking back and forth, and it's a very almost dual feeling race, the boats will almost like magnets be drawn to each other, which is not always what you want. You don't want to get too close, but as long as the lane line's there and respected, they'll have a fair and equitable shot. But it looks like we've got a really strong race unfolding here. New Trier and Central Catholic Pittsburgh in that 1-2, maybe Central Catholic now in a first place position.
And
St. Ignatius Cleveland then holding on for third. Orange shell out there of Loyola. And St. Edward in that 5th position.
And for those of you who are new to the sport, you can see the official there waving a white flag. That's basically just giving instructions to the crew if they are worried that they're going to come out of their lane line to correct their course. Officials are doing an excellent job of keeping these freshman boats separate.
Mm-hmm.
And this is really exciting racing for a freshman crew here.
Very tight racing for a freshman crew because, again, everybody's first year in rowing. It is interesting to see such a tight race at the halfway mark. You see that island there between completely novice rowers.
Absolutely.
So New Trier in that charge, leading the charge here, the men's freshman 8. Very strong race here between St. Ignatius Cleveland and Central Catholic Pittsburgh, going back and forth here for second place. Bright colored shell of Loyola in 4th place, but St. Edward's kind of sneaking in there. Because they're in the midst of that very fast field. Orchard Lake St. Mary's near side of the screen, then Montgomery Bell and Northville. But New Trier seems to have opened it up even a little bit more. They're about a half boat lead ahead of the second place fight of Central Catholic Pittsburgh and St. Ignatius Cleveland.
This type of rowing really bodes well for the Midwest region, producing good, strong rowers here. If they're racing at this level as freshmen. You can see that Central Catholic boat is just honed in on the New Trier boat, trying to reel them in, set that hook and just reel them in like they're fishing. Not a lot of race course left to do that. If they want to do that, they're going to need to step up right now.
They are, but they're staying very composed. Not looking flurried or rushed, but just very dead set on trying to get to the fastest be the fastest crew to the finish line. But off to their side, St. Ignatius Cleveland is making a charge here. So New Trier shortening up here, just increasing the cadence of their rate.
You can see that stern pair of the New Trier boat really just locking in those blades at the catch, lifting that rate up, and the bow six is responding nicely there. That speed's picking up.
But Central Catholic, long and strong, they've not really upped their gears quite as much, but they're being more effective per stroke. They might not have enough race course, but they're going to try their darnest to see where they can stack up. But those two boats have the most speed into this. New Trier staying just ahead of Central Catholic Pittsburgh. And it will be New Trier taking away the win here in the men's freshman 8 final. Central Catholic Pittsburgh, St. Ignatius Cleveland after them. Loyola, a little bit of overlap, but in 4th place. St. Edward 5th. Orchard Lake St. Mary's in the 6th place. And then Montgomery Bell 7, Northville in 8. Whew. Lots of back and forth there.
Yeah. These are very deep programs in these freshman 8 events here. Solid contenders there, always at the top of the field in the Midwest Scholastic Championship regattas in the 8s events. And we've got lining up on the stake boats right now our women's junior quads. And they're off.
First couple of strokes into this women's juniors quad finals. Far side of the screen, and in lane 1, Northville. Fox Chapel in lane 2. Lane 3, East Grand Rapids. Skyline in lane 4. Lane 5, Harpeth Hall. Parkersburg A in lane 6. Lane 7, North Allegheny. And Parkersburg B in lane 8.
Looks like some of the crews had a little bit of a challenge keeping their points at the start here. There's no coxswain in this race, so the rowers have to make sure that they're steering as well. It can be very challenging on those first couple strokes. Not everybody's locked on together.
But it tends to level itself out as they come further down the course, and depending on how the role of coxswain is delegated across the athletes. Sometimes it's the bow seat, sometimes it's the stroke seat who has control of the tow or the steering. So athletes are both rowing and exhausting themselves physically, but then there's somebody in the boat designated for steering, and that is a control on the foot through the shoe that has a bit of a pivot that controls the rudder of the boat. Very challenging to do at the youth level, at the Scholastic level. So exciting to see strong sculling here in the women's junior quad final. Looks to be like a commanding lead out of Skyline at the current moment in the quad. Second place, so I would then call it to Harpeth Hall, Parkersburg A, but then Northville out there very close to Harpeth Hall.
Well, Skyline is very excited about this crew. These ladies have really had a very fast season so far, and we're seeing that pay off here with this commanding lead walking away in the junior quad.
Yeah, and the North Allegheny crew also a lot of experience in this. EV Disc is in this boat is committed to Marist. They've got actually a couple of athletes here who are trying to commit to different collegiate programs. So cool to be able to see sculling translate to good quality recruiting and college rowing here in this conference. But Skyline walking away, probably the biggest lead we've seen here at this regatta. Second place, Harpeth Hall. And then a tie for third between North Allegheny and Northville. Parkersburg A also kind of throwing their hat in here too.
looks like we've got a little bit of a potential steering issue here. North Allegheny there, getting directed back into their lane. It's a real tight race here.
And we can see the referees launch holding back a little bit, and seeing the field of this women's junior quad finals coming a little bit closer together. So we see Skyline out in front. They have crossed that line, but it is a very tight race all the way down between Northville, Fox Chapel, East Grand Rapids, Harpeth Hall, Parkersburg A and B, and North Allegheny for 2nd through 8th.
As they come into the last 500 meters here, it really is anybody's place for 2nd place.
Yeah, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th. Skyline clearly the winner here, but the fight is happening in the pack behind them.
I think Parkersburg A may be out in the lead now for 2nd place. And maybe Harpeth Hall just behind. But it's a bit hard to tell here. Certainly all those crews are within a seat or two of each other. There's definitely contact over all of them for 2nd place.
It looks like there was a good move there made on the part of Harpeth Hall with Parkersburg. Parkersburg maybe a seat or two closer as they come by the announcing booth. It does look to be that Parkersburg has a slight advantage over Harpeth Hall. Harpeth Hall a little bit over Fox Chapel. And that seems to be the unofficial read here from the announcing booth for that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place between Parkersburg, Harpeth Hall, Fox Chapel. East Grand Rapids throwing their name into this mix as well. Fox Chapel probably being a little bit closer to the spectators, hearing a little bit more of that energy that's translating well here. So Skyline clearly taking away a win here in the women's junior quad final.
And then 2nd place, really, we can't tell here from this angle.
But very tight race here all the way down the race course. Between that Fox Chapel, Harpeth Hall, Parkersburg, I would even say, yeah, it's very, very tight in that middle pack as they came towards the finish line. But unofficially, we can say that Skyline took that one away. But do check back at the regatta website for official race results for that women's junior quad final.
As we move to the next event, this is the women's varsity quad final. So the difference between this event and the prior event is the prior event, seniors were not eligible for racing, but all women high school rowers are now eligible in this event here. So this is going to be a fast crew that each crew is putting out here. So in lane 1, we have Skyline B entry. Lane 2, Traverse City Central. Lane 3, Fox Chapel. Lane 4, Northville. Lane 5, Skyline's A entry. Lane 6, Forest Hill Central. Lane 7, North Allegheny. And Lane 8, Northview. And it looks like Skyline A is out in the lead here by about half a boat length.
Yep, a lead over Northville off to their port side, excuse me. And for those non-rowers out there, that's off to the rower's right-hand side. So Skyline in the lead, followed very hotly by Northville, then North Allegheny, And then the red shell over in Fox Chapel for your 1 through 4. Northview trying to hold some contact onto North Allegheny. And in our notes I can see for North Allegheny, they have a number of athletes who are committed to some collegiate programs, but it's interesting that they have their 2 co-captains here, Lauren Scheider and Sawyer Wright. They will be rowing later in a double. So strong performance there, trying to see where they stack up in this women's varsity quad. They'll see how they stack up in a double later. But currently they are in a 3rd place position. First place now becoming a fight between Skyline A and Northville.
This is a really exciting matchup here because Skyline and Northville, they row on this course throughout the spring season. They've seen each other a couple times. There's definitely a rivalry going here. Northville is pouring it on right now, and we'll see how this plays out as we come into the last portion of the race.
You're right. You can see some good proficiency technically as well within both of these crews. Something that we can look at, especially with the angle here, if you're watching the live stream or the Jumbotron, is the parallel nature of all of the oars. As they're going up and down the slide, all of those oars staying parallel together, matching up well, which is likely translating to why you're seeing Skyline and Northville ahead of the pack here. Northville has now taken about a seat, maybe 2 over Skyline A as they've crossed over the halfway mark. You can see the Regatta Island in the distance. That's that halfway mark. So that's your 1, 2. Now 3 looks to be the North Allegheny crew. And then a little bit farther back, we see the red shells of Fox Chapel and Northville for that 4th, 5th position.
And the Skyline crew calls themselves the Dog Quad because they view themselves as underdogs. So let's see if they can pull back from this position of being a little bit down on Northville here as we come into the last 400 meters or so of the course here. They're going to need to step it up. Northville has really made a nice, strong push through that middle 500. We'll see what happens here as they step up their sprint.
I can tell in that Northville crew, they're staying very long on the legs, very challenging to execute in the last third of a race, but does really pay off. So you can see that they've gained a few more inches per stroke. So it's not any one massive move, it's just consistently building on that leg drive that's able to carry them with some speed as they get into the red buoys. So they will be the first to cross into the red buoys. That is Northville. 2nd place would be Skyline. 3rd, North Allegheny. Fox Chapel. Closely thereafter, Northview. And then we'd look at Forest Hills Central, Traverse City Central, and Skyline B. That being your order as they cross into the red buoys. Northville, keep opening it up. So now we have about equal distance between Northville, Skyline, and North Allegheny as your 1, 2, 3 as they cross the spectators. The redder shell of Fox Chapel making a bit of a charge here as they pass the spectator area. Last 15 or strokes more of the race.
We can see the rates have really come up here as they try to sprint in these last few strokes. A lot more leg action going, less body swing as we just try to pack in as many strokes as possible before the line comes. Got some ladies that rode a very gutsy race there.
Completely spent at the end. That's when you know it's a good race. If you laid everything out there, you have nothing left to give. That's all we can ask for. So that was the wrap-up of the women's varsity quad A final. Next up in the course and in the starting blocks are the women's junior 8 B final. Far side of the course, just lining up, is the Cranbrook Kingswood crew. Pioneer in lane 2. The start has begun, so we can see in lane 3, Huron, Perrysburg in lane 4. Lane 5, Evanston. Culver Academies in lane 6. Lane 7, North Catholic. And Theodore Roosevelt in lane 8.
So this is a junior 8. So again, all the rowers have to be juniors or younger in their high school career. Looking at some of the notes from the Evanston crew, this is a very young crew. They actually only have 1 junior. The rest of them, 4 are sophomores, and then the rest are freshmen. And they did pretty well at Grand Rapids 2 weeks ago with a silver. So that looks like that's going to be a crew to look out for. They certainly did well yesterday. And we'll see if they can pour it on today. Cranbrook Kingswood in lane 1 also is very excited about this crew. They feel this is one of their most competitive crews that they've been able to field in a few years. So we see some really exciting racing develop there. A little bit of a lead coming out, looks like for North Catholic there.
Only about a half boat lead. Again, it's early in the race, but it does look like we've got an early lead out of North Catholic and then Culver Academies. Then I'd argue to say it could be Huron, Pioneer, Perrysburg, and then Evanston. Apologies, as I'm looking at the screen versus our heat sheets, it does look like we have a scratch in this boat, so it's not North Catholic, but it may be Culver Academies that's in that lead.
Yeah, it looks like Culver Academies and then that Evanston crew in the black shell in lane 5. After that, we've got a big bunch up of crews looking for third place.
Yeah, as they cross the halfway mark, we've seen a lot of different moves and change-ups happen. So as it stands now, it does look like we've got Culver Academies in first, Evanston in second, third, hard to say, but a little bit of a edge for Pioneer. But Huron then level in the yellow shell, level with the Cranbrook Kingswood, Perrysburg, all in contact with each other. That flight of 4 for the third place is very, very tight. But as we cross that halfway mark, we'll see what happens. We'll see which moves happen where, but it's still Culver Academies and Evanston out in front.
And for those of you who don't come from the Southeast Michigan region, Pioneer and Huron are both Ann Arbor high schools. So these two boats of rowers, they probably know each other from around town. And so there's definitely some crosstown rivalry going on here. In addition for fighting for the third place medal, we're also fighting for some bragging rights.
Some bragging rights, some local rivalries. That's what it's all about. And so they're here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships, vying for a spot at the SRA Nationals or the Youth National Championships. But right now, Culver Academy's in first. Evanston's in second. Looks like Pioneer, as we were talking about them, has then added another 4 seats of a lead over Huron. And then it looks to be Perrysburg and then Cranbrook Kingswood as we come into the last 500 meters. Evanston pouring on a little bit more sauce here. So they're making a move against the Culver Academy's crew. Their bow ball sitting just over halfway onto the Culver Academy. So Evanston on the move here, trying to vie for that first place position. What can they do between here and the red buoys to the finish line? Culver Academy's responding to that move, trying to keep their lead.
Yeah, that Evanston crew has really tried to step it up here, and they're inching in. We'll see if they have enough race course left, and if Culver can fend them off.
And we did note earlier that the Evanston crew is pretty young. So they only have one junior in the boat, the rest of the crew younger than that. So they're young and hungry, looking to prove themselves here. So as they cross into the red buoys, it was Culver Academy's first. But look at this move by Evanston. They're almost a seat down where they were a full boat length down at the beginning of the race. They've just edged in closer and closer. Culver Academy's feeling the heat there.
Yeah, you can see they're just digging in, really pushing off. Just they can smell the finish line and they want it.
And that's one thing we know about rowers. They're endlessly competitive. And so for this young crew to be in this fight this close with athletes older than them is incredibly impressive. So they're young and hungry. They got nothing to lose. They've got about 2 seats down to Culver Academy's. Culver Academy is trying to hold them off into this last 10 strokes or so. Oh, but momentum is with Evanston. We'll see what happens. But it is Culver Academy's unofficially who take the first place here in the women's junior 8 final. Then Evanston out there on the far side of the field. 3rd place, Pioneer. 4th, Perrysburg. Tie for 5th between Huron and Theodore Roosevelt. And then Cranbrook, Kingswood. Rounding out this race for the women's junior 8B final. A very, very good push and race on the part of that Evanston crew. So hats off to them. Now we're on to the A final of that same event, the women's junior 8 final. Over in lane 1, we have Upper Arlington, Forest Hills Central in lane 2, lane 3, East Grand Rapids, New Trier, lane 4, lane 5, St. Joseph Academy, Loyola in lane 6, lane 7, Rockford, and Notre Dame Academy in lane 8. Passing by some of the crews who are in the warm-up area, getting ready for the next race, but it does look like we've got an early lead from St. Joseph Academy. After them, New Trier, the darker colored shell of Loyola. Then the lighter colored shells, easier to spot, would be East Grand Rapids, Upper Arlington, and Forest Hills Centrals in that order unofficially.
And this St. Joseph Academy crew is also a young crew. They have 7 sophomores in the boat, and 6 of them were members of a boat that placed silver in the freshman event at SRAA Nationals last year. So they've got a lot of future ahead of them, and they've had some early success here. So it'll be exciting to watch this race panning out between these crews first place.
Yeah, and it does look like New Trier, as you talked about them, moved a little bit ahead. They were behind St. Joseph Academy, and now they are slightly ahead, but only by a hair. So those are your 2 leaders in this race. New Trier, St. Joseph, and Loyola. Loyola's bow ball probably about halfway into the St. Joseph Academy boat. Harder to tell with the darker colored shells. Again, sometimes those can be sneaky, both here watching from the announcing booth on the live stream and Jumbotron, but also out on the field. Easier to spot lighter colored shells. They stand out in contrast to the water. But those are your 1, 2, 3. New Trier and St. Joe's duking it out back and forth. Loyola in 3rd, and then the yellow shell of East Grand Rapids now looking to be in a strong 3rd place.
We've just crossed that halfway point, that island that you see on the right side of the Jumbotron there. And we'll see how these crews, typically that's a spot where a lot of crews like to make a move. So we'll see if there's any shifts here. Certainly these first 2 crews have just been fighting. New Trier's got the edge now, but there is still quite a bit of left in this race here. I would not rule out that St. Joseph Academy crew yet.
Yeah, and I think New Trier has made a move, like you said, over the 1,000 meters. There's an uptick in their stroke rate, which is paying off temporarily as a lead. But we'll see if they'll be able to maintain it. Again, that was halfway through the race. St. Joseph Academy a little bit longer. So we'll see now that we can see the last 500 meter buoy mark coming up. So it was probably a huge boon for New Trier to say that they were crossing the 500 meter mark first. We'll see if they're able to extend that lead or if St. Joseph Academy is going to fight back.
Well, and we see Rockford also making a good push here on the outside here in lane 7. As we move into these last few minutes of the race here. It's all about who's got the endurance and who's got the guts to pull it across the line first.
I'd argue to say probably another on the last minute of the race.
Yeah.
So it is to look New Trier. That move was effective, but St. Joseph Academy now fighting back. They've now started to match their rate with New Trier. And that is translating to some pretty good effective speed. They're keeping it in the legs as much as possible. New Trier currently with the lead, but St. Joseph charging. Loyola halfway into that St. Joe's Academy mix off to their right-hand side, off to the port side.
Really only a dozen or so strokes here. They really need to pour it on to get across that finish line here. New Trier is staying nice, really powerful strokes here. They've been able to respond to this big push from St. Joseph's Academy, but it's going to be very, very close. St. Joseph's is really pulling it up at the end here. Too close to tell. And Rockford is coming in real hot here. It looks like New Trier may have just edged them out.
Yes, you can see athletes fully spent there at the end. That 7th seat laying it all out there. So that win goes to New Trier, St. Joseph Academy, and then Loyola. We see then East Grand Rapids, Forest Hills Central, fight happening there between Rockford and Notre Dame Academy towards the end of the finish line. And then Upper Arlington rounding out this field of the women's junior A finals.
All right, New Trier, the far dot, you need to launch, please. New Trier, please launch.
Good racing within the race there. But now we're up at the start with the men's junior 8B finals.
As we're getting attached, the starter will be telling the rowers to sit ready, and he'll say, "Attention, row," and then they're off.
Always a bit nerve-wracking there at the start. So perhaps some aligning, perhaps some things going on. Race starting about a minute off the projected schedule. So referees corralling all of the boats to maintain the schedule. But it does look like we've got lane 1, St. Edward, Marietta in lane 2, lane 3, Montgomery Bell, Cranbrook, Kingswood in lane 4, lane 5, Huron, Fox Chapel, lane 6, lane 7, Pioneer, Northville in lane 8. So starts can always be a bit of a stressful time, depending on the events before and after, between elements outside of our control. So referees are there to make sure that everything starts, all of the things that are within our control, the alignment, the wind, the position, the directions, all setting up all these athletes for a fair and equitable start to this race. And it does look like we've got a good race unfolding. That yellow shell out in front, Huron in the current lead as they come to those big 500-meter mark triangular buoys. Second place looks to be Cranbrook Kingswood next to them. Third place, Fox Chapel. Then further back, maybe Pioneer in that fourth place, but very close between them and Montgomery Bell for fourth place.
And like we said earlier, these crews, when they're in tight competition, they almost kind of attract each other like magnets. So you can see there's some steering going on here. The race officials are working to try to keep these boats apart. It's very challenging for a coxswain to be able to maintain that point, as they're typically the shortest person in the boat, and they've got 8 very tall rowers sitting in front of them, blocking the view of where they're going.
Mm-hmm. So you're often looking side to side. So that's another challenge here. Is the good part of that being that if you're in the mix of the fast speed of the race, you can use the boats either side of you. But like you said, it can be a magnet. You start to steer a little bit closer to them because it's what you know. But it does look like Huron has is beelining straight towards the finish line, charging in first. Cranbrook Kingswood in second. Fox Chapel third. Now it looks like Montgomery Bell, perhaps a slight advantage over Pioneer for fourth. St. Edward out there actually maybe ahead of those two in the fourth place position. As the drone pans around the side of the field, we'll be able to better tell. It does look like now that we can see it. St. Edward's in the green shell in a very strong fourth place position. Marietta now looking to throw their names into the ring here.
Well, right now it looks like it is a close race for second place as well between Cranbrook Kingswood and Fox Chapel. Huron's holding out a few seats there, but everybody's still in the mix here. A lot can happen in this last 500 meters.
Yeah, Huron's in the middle of the what I like to call the speed sandwich. So they're leading the charge. They're the fill-in of this race. And then Cranbrook, Kingswood, and Fox Chapel hanging on to the speed either side.
Fox Chapel has made a move here at that last 500-meter mark here. Looks like they've drawn even almost with Huron. Or at least they're close to even. Probably down maybe a seat here.
Strong impulse being laid down by the stroke and 7 seat of that boat. So in that Fox Chapel boat, trying to send that impulse, that sense of urgency all the way down the lineup to say, hey, like, we can do this. We could win this. So we see Huron still holding off that charge, but Fox Chapel, they were fighting for second with Cranbrook on the other side, but they're in the fight for first. About 2 seats down now on Huron.
And St. Edward on the side there is really making a good push, trying to pull it into Cranbrook Kingswood here.
I would argue to say that they are now in a fight for second place. Second place is now level across 3 boats, the green shell of St. Edward's, Cranbrook Kingswood, and Fox Chapel. Huron just trying to stay ahead of the game and keep that first place position, but St. Edward's long and strong, calm, cool, and collected. It is now between St. Edward's and Fox Chapel for that second place.
And it's neck and neck each one, but I think St. Edward just nicked maybe second place there. Hard to tell. That those big buoys that you see aren't the official finish line. The official finish line comes a little bit before those buoys. Those are just targets for the boats to steer through. So we'll have to wait to see the official announcement for second place there, but it did look like Huron took the first place.
Mm-hmm. Huron unofficially took the lead. Unofficial second place could be with the St. Edward crew, but very, very tight. Only a bow ball or so between St. Edward's, Fox Chapel for the second place in that men's Junior 8B final. Now on to the men's Junior 8A final. Just taking off on the far side of the screen as the referee reads from left to right is East Grand Rapids in the yellow shell in lane 1, lane 2, Loyola, Forest Hills Central in lane 3, and the current lead Upper Arlington in lane 4, lane 5, St. Ignatius Cleveland, New Trier in lane 6, Skyline in lane 7, and in lane 8, the darker shell is St. John's Jesuit. Early lead here by Upper Arlington out of the initial flurry of starting strokes, closely followed thereafter by St. Ignatius Cleveland. Tied there for third between Forest Hills and New Trier. Darker shell of Loyola off to in lane 2. Also holding on to the speed. All boats in contact with each other from lane 1 to lane 8 in the men's Junior 8A final. Upper Arlington extending more of a lead, trying to cross that first 500-meter mark first, as they have done. So it is Upper Arlington in first, St. Ignatius Cleveland in second, third perhaps now to Loyola, fourth I'd argue would be then New Trier, and then Forest Hills Central. You can hear in the background here the exciting shouts and cheers and team songs of the crew's prior events. Honestly, a very good vibe, as the young kids would say, here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships here in the Kensington Metro Park in Milford. Lots of good racing getting thrown down here today. And Upper Arlington executing that good racing, trying to get a little bit of open water, I'd say, by this halfway mark, but just a little bit of overlap between them and St. Ignatius Cleveland. Fight for a third then between Loyola and New Trier.
Yeah, Upper Arlington really wants to break free. In an event like this, once you pull out ahead, it's really hard for a crew to come back in. Once you lose contact, you lose the sense of where that other crew is. So if they can get open water and break free, it becomes a whole lot easier to command this race. Once there's contact, the other crew can still sense them and still feel like there's still a chance to drive it in.
And I think New Trier can sense exactly what you're talking about. So New Trier over in lane 6 are really close to St. Ignatius Cleveland. I think that the athletes can see the puddles moving by off to their right-hand side, and they're trying to keep in contact with those puddles. Loyola, sneaky out there on the side, is now in a strong third place position. So again, a different benefit of having 8 lanes of racing is if you've got a good coxswain and you're very internal within your crew, you can actually really execute a good race plan out there in your own lane. So it does look to be, we have Upper Arlington in first, St. Ignatius Cleveland in second, third Loyola, fourth New Trier, fifth Forest Hills Central, then Skyline, and then East Grand Rapids about level with St. John's Jesuit here in the men's junior 8A final.
But New Trier is not ceding that third place spot. They are making a push here. They have lifted up their rate considerably in the last couple hundred meters of the race here. And I think they've pulled even.
And we've seen that pay off for this program. Seems to be a trend within their program of, in that last quarter of the race, really taking a move to try to get themselves ahead before they get into the red buoys. And in the red buoys, we are in the last 250 meters of this race. So this is an A final of the men's junior 8s, still in lead Upper Arlington. St. Ignatius Cleveland has not made that easy for them. There was a little bit of open water, but they've walked a little bit back. There's overlap between St. Ignatius Cleveland and Upper Arlington, but the fight is happening between Loyola and New Trier, as you said.
I think Loyola may have just inched out, but it's a foot at most.
And now we're seeing Forest Hills Central and Skyline cross the line. Forest Hills Central a slight lead over Skyline now, St. John's Jesuit, and then East Grand Rapids. Rounding out the field of this men's junior 8A final. Next event underway, giving our announcer eyes a little bit of an easier time of 8 boats across of men's varsity single finals. So in this men's varsity B final singles, we have the East Grand Rapids team in lane 1, lane 2, Traverse City B, Skyline B in lane 3, lane 4, Northville A, lane 5, Father Gabriel Richard, which is a Washington Rowing Center team. We have Traverse City Central B in lane 6, lane 7, Northville B, and Cranbrook Kingswood in lane 8. Lots of internal competition between this event and the next one, being the A final and the B final of the men's varsity singles. Lots of repeat offenders, I'd say, between Skyline, Northville, Traverse City. It's great to be able to see a program field 2 singles.
Absolutely.
Singles, for those of you who don't know, is a very technically challenging boat to be able to do at the Scholastic and youth level, especially at a varsity standing, meaning that You have to be a fairly seasoned athlete to command this boat well. You're the only athlete in that boat, so you don't have the motivation of a teammate or a coxswain telling you what to do. So interesting to see a lot of double entries per different programs in the men's varsity singles.
And the FGR boat in lane 5, Solomon there, he practices with the Skyline and he practices with the Skyline and the Green Hills crew. So he's out in the single every day with some of these other rowers. And so he's got some experience and knows who he's going up against. He's really fighting hard against Traverse City Central in lane 6 there. They are bow ball to bow ball, it looks like.
And a bow ball fight across over in the far side of the field. We can see the other Traverse City boat trying to fend off Skyline B in East Grand Rapids. That about level across in lanes 1 through 3 for that second place position. But neck and neck in a singles race halfway through this Midwest Scholastic Championship is a very fun race to watch. So we see a little bit of a move made there by the FGR boat, maybe a foot advantage. Traverse City responding back.
It's interesting to look at these two rowers' techniques side by side. You can see they both have very effective strokes, but slightly different. You can see the FGR crew is using a little bit more of a back swing, whereas the Traverse City Central is steadying upright a little bit more. And it's working out both for both of these guys. It's back and forth, depending on who's taking a stroke when. But it does look like Traverse City Central is maybe putting on a little bit of a move here, trying to break free.
Staying a little bit more upright, keeping the balance in the boat a little bit more steady. Does look to be that Traverse City Central B has crossed that last 500-meter mark first ahead of the Father Gabriel Richard entry, but only by a hair. We'll see how that pans out as we get into the red buoys, but then it does look like over on the far side of the field, the Traverse City B boat has then advanced over East Grand Rapids off to the right-hand side, Skyline B. So that being the first through fifth being Traverse City B, Father Gabriel, Skyline B, West, Traverse City West, and then Skyline B.
And it looks like Traverse City West is putting on a big push right now here. We're almost close to contact with the FGR boat in second place there. A singles race is just so much more of a head race there. And it's all about momentum here.
You can see the athlete of lane 5 and Father Gabriel Richard entry looking out to the right-hand side, seeing the charge of that Traverse City West boat. But in the lead is Traverse City Central, lane 6, in the lead of this B final, the men's varsity single. The FGR entry in lane 5, Traverse City West, lane 2. East Grand Rapids in lane 1, and then a fight happening between Northville A and Skyline B for that 5th, 6th position.
Still got some very gutsy rowing here. These guys have all stepped up their stroke rating. You see very upright rowing coming from the Traverse City Central oarsman. He's packing in all those strokes.
All the way through the finish line. So it is the Traverse City Central boat taking away the win here. Then the FGR entry in lane 5 for your second place. And then Traverse City West being your 1 through 3. Fourth place being Northville A boat. Surprise there. And then we've got the Skyline B, East Grand Rapids, closer crew of Cranbrook Kingswood crossing the line, fully spent. And then Northville B in this B final of the men's varsity singles. The A final of this event underway now. as the referees following this race in those two launch boats, the way they see this field, reading left to right, in lane 1 we have Traverse City West, their A entry. Lane 2, Forest Hills Central A. Lane 3, Skyline A. Lane 4, Montgomery Bell. Traverse City Central A in lane 5. Lane 6, Green Hills. Lane 7, Northview. And Shaker Heights in lane 8.
And Traverse City Central looks like they're out to an early lead at the halfway point.
Well, it's between them and that darker colored shell.
Yeah, it's real close.
Again,
Montgomery Bell.
very sneaky. So at this halfway mark, it looks to be the Northview crew in the lead, about half a deck ahead of the Traverse City Central A boat in lane 5, Montgomery Bell in lane 4, staggered back there, then Skyline A, and then a tie for the 5th place position between Skyline, Shaker Heights, and Green Hills. But very good push there. We've got a good lead by the Traverse City Central A boat.
And it looks like Montgomery Bell and Northview are bow-bow to bow-bow here.
Again, sneaky when their shells don't contrast in color against the water.
Absolutely.
But it does look like Traverse City is in the lead. Montgomery Bell, actually, they seem to be on the move right at this moment.
He's putting a push on right here.
In that last 500 meters. Does look like that was a strategic move there on the part of the Montgomery Bell entry. They are only about a stroke or two behind the Traverse City Central A boat in fight for first.
But he's really stepped up his stroke rating. You can just see his blades are entering the water many more times than that Traverse City Central single. We'll see if he can keep that up. He's still got a ways to go in a singles race. Another 350 meters or so to go.
A lot more can happen in a singles race. So it does look like the momentum is with the Montgomery Bell entry. Traverse City Central trying to fend them off and maintain that first position, but Montgomery Bell, that bow ball is crossing the line just a foot ahead of the Traverse City Central boat. And then we've got Northview off to the side in a strong 3rd place position. We'll see if they can catch up with the fight happening for the 1st place. But then Skyline A also trying to see if they can get into that top 3 of the men's varsity singles.
And these bow balls are dead even, it looks like, crossing these buoy lines here.
As we pan around to the side, we'll be able to see where these bow balls line up. And it is back and forth. Very exciting to see in a singles race. Usually the kind of finish and margin we see with larger, quicker boats. It does look like Traverse City Central A has taken a little bit of a lead as they cross into this finish line area. They can hear the spectators and fans, the uptick in rate, taking a little bit shorter strokes, just trying to get more blades in the water, more strokes.
A lot of maturity from the Traverse City Central rower to be patient there, and then when he stepped up his rate, really started taking off the speed.
And it is the Traverse City Central boat taking the win here for the men's varsity singles race, a half boat ahead of the Montgomery Bell boat. Fast race now happening between Skyline may have snagged the 3rd place over Northview, but unofficially, so do check the official race results for the finish of that. Now we're looking at Green Hills crossing the line, Forest Hills Central, Shaker Heights, and then Traverse City West A. Tight margins there in the men's varsity singles.
And we now move to the men's varsity pairs. So in lane 1, we have Culver Academies. Lane 2, Green Hills. Lane 3, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Lane 4, St. Ignatius Chicago A. Lane 5, St. Edward. Lane 6, Northville. Lane 7, St. Ignatius Cleveland. And then in lane 8, Mount Lebanon.
Does look like the early lead will go to St. Ignatius Cleveland. Second, I'd argue to say, is St. Ignatius Chicago. Third, Northville. Then a tie between St. Edward's and Green Hills of Washtenaw Rowing Center. Culver Academies, Mount Lebanon, and Orchard Lake St. Mary's in that order unofficially as we get closer to that first 500 meters of this race here.
This is a very challenging boat to get moving straight. You have only 2 oars. One rower has each oar. And if there's any misalignment in the pressure or something, you're going to start moving to one side here. So we can see that some of these pairs are moving very close to the lane lines, and the race officials are working to try to keep them apart.
So we see the launch, the referee in the near side of the screen signaling to the St. Ignatius Cleveland crew to align themselves more central in the lane so they don't affect the race plan unfolding, and the crew next to them out of Northville. Northville taking advantage of that situation. So now that they are in the lead, probably by about a half a deck, maybe about half a boat at this point over St. Ignatius Cleveland. And then we see St. Ignatius Chicago pulling level with them at about the halfway mark of this race. Now it actually looks from this angle as we look parallel with each buoy line that it is the St. Ignatius Chicago A boat in the lead. Slight lead.
I think they've really decided to make a move here at the halfway point, that 750-meter island mark, because they're close to breaking free, but we do see that Northville is pushing it back on. You can see back behind Ignatius Cleveland. Looks like they've departed their lane, and so they're going to try to have to work back. Again, these are very hard boats to steer.
But St. Ignatius Chicago A, I would say every so often there's a slight opening of they're trying to just get a little bit of open water over the next place crew. St. Edward, after them, Northville, that's your 1, 2, 3, crossing to the last 500 meter mark, last 500 meters of this race. We're then looking at, I believe that is a Orchard Lake St. Mary's pair. Culver Academies on screen now, but the lead with St. Ignatius Chicago A.
But St. Edward's is making a move here. They have moved in a couple of inches.
Yeah, like we said, I think the St. Ignatius boat was looking for a little bit of open water. St. Edward's not making that an easy thing to take on. So it now looks like St. Edward's said, "Nuh-uh, we're going to make this a little harder for you." They put their bow ball now halfway through the shell of St. Ignatius Chicago A and trying to vie for that first place. Again, this is the men's varsity pair A final. St. Edward looking to see what they can do.
Question will just be if there's enough race course left for them to make a move. And it looks like now St. Ignatius Chicago has decided they've moved into the red buoys. They're stepping it up, and we see them with each stroke now pulling away. They've really upped their stroke rating, packing in these strokes, and they're pulling away a couple feet each stroke.
St. Edward here pouring on a little bit more in the last 10-15 strokes of the race, but St. Ignatius Chicago feeling cool, calm, and collected as they cross the finish line first. Then we will be St. Edward's, and then Northville is your 1, 2, 3 here in the men's varsity pair final.
Looks like Orchard Lake St. Mary's coming in fourth.
Ooh, tight race back and forth there through the middle. And with small boats, you kind of see that happen a little bit more. It's challenging to be able to overcome any sort of lead. So we're back here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships, next event of the day, the Women's Novice Coxed 4 Final. And as the referees follow this field of boats, if we're reading the field from left to right as they see, we have Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 1, lane 2, Magnificat, New Trier in lane 3, lane 4, St. Joseph Academy, lane 5, Huron, Harpeth Hall in lane 6, lane 7, Forest Hills Central, and Pioneer in lane 8.
So St. Joseph Academy has pulled out to the early lead, but New Trier is trying to reel them back in here. So there's no real early domination of this race here. And we see Orchard Lake St. Mary's on the outside, also making a strong push to try to establish an early rhythm here.
Yeah, I think you spotted it right from afar. Orchard Lake St. Mary's was a little bit more in that like 4th, 5th place spot initially off the start. But St. Joseph Academy in first, New Trier in second. Orchard Lake's now in a really strong 3rd place position. Magnificat sandwiched between New Trier and Orchard Lake, trying to hang on to that speed. It's a very tight race for 4th. Across this field of 8 lanes, hard to keep track of here, but you see that yellow shell of Huron. They're in the mix for that 4th, 3rd position. Neck and neck with them is Harpeth Hall. And then off the side, Pioneer, Forest Hill Central a little bit farther back, but every single boat has contact with each other, and we're not even halfway through this race.
A lot can happen in a novice fours event. The start isn't indicative of necessarily how you're going to finish, because a 4, it's very easy to just have a little bit of a bobble at a start. And with these novices, this is their first year rowing, so anything really can happen from here. It does look like New Trier is really making a strong push there to try to claim their bow ball across the halfway part before St. Joseph Academy. We're reaching that halfway island. Orchard Lake St. Mary's on the outside is making a strong push as well. Again, what we've said earlier, when you're on the outside of the lane, sometimes that can be an advantage because you can see where the other crews are. Your coxswain can tell you, but the coxswains in the other crew may not see you. They're too worried about the crews right nearby. So that may be an advantage for Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and they can sneak in.
Yeah, the coxswain can be focused on only what they can see closest to them. So it does look like we've got a really good fight for first between St. Joseph Academy and New Trier. New Trier edging maybe slightly ahead of St. Joseph Academy at this point, but it's a 3-boat race for third between Orchard Lake St. Mary's, Huron, and Pioneer. Almost level. Huron looks to have a slight advantage just in the last couple strokes in that move that was perhaps made over the halfway part of the race.
And we can see in the Pioneer crew nearest to us on the Jumbotron, the coxswain is shaking their hand, saying, let's move. Now's the time to move. Certainly there's some crosstown rivalry going on between Pioneer and Huron here. Huron has made a big push as they come into the last 500 meters here. And they're looking to try to claim second place. That St. Joseph's Academy crew is fending them off, but Huron's making a push.
Yeah,
New Trier is certainly sped out to the lead.
That fight for third we saw just moments ago has now become a fight for second. So New Trier in the current lead, St. Joseph Academy in second for now, but Huron has really taken a charge. They made a move there halfway through the race that has slingshotted them from middle of the pack around the third place position to being about 2 seats down and fighting for second place in this women's novice 4 race.
Now Huron is getting warned to move over back towards the center of their lane. They need to make sure that they don't interfere with the other crews.
But they're excited. They know they're in striking distance of perhaps getting a second place here in this women's novice 4. So New Trier not wanting any part of that fight, so they're trying to open it up, get some open water over St. Joseph Academy. St. Joseph Academy only about 2 seats down, or I'm sorry, 2 seats up over Huron. Huron every single stroke, though. You can see the doggedness. You can tell that they want it. So they are, now that they've crossed into the red buoys, have taken the rate up, perhaps calling their sprint a touch early to see if they can kind of just overtake this St. Joseph crew that's right next to them, that's been ahead of them the entire race.
And it looks like the St. Joseph crew is overrating the Huron crew in terms of they're taking more strokes per minute. The Huron is now responding. We'll see. It's just a matter of who can get to that finish line first. It's coming up. They're in the red zone here. Last couple of strokes, they're hearing their teammates on shore shouting to them.
A little bit of a bobble there in the Huron boat that gave a little bit more distance to St. Joseph Academy, but they're fighting back into it. This boat on the outside, Pioneer, has actually also thrown their names into this race, so on the far side, the nearest part of the course, but it is your 1, 2, 3, New Trier, St. Joseph Academy, Huron, then very tight race for that fourth place, but I think I'd call it to Pioneer, and then tied between Forest Hills and Harpeth Hall, perhaps Magnificat, and
Orchard Lake St. Mary's on
Orchard
the
Lake
outside.
St. Mary's on the far side of the course. Again, 8 lanes of 8. My eyes aren't used to this. There's a lot going on here in the Scholastic and youth area of rowing in the country. So for this Midwest Scholastic Championships here, there's a lot going on. We've got the women's novice coxed quads up next. So these are quads with coxswain. 7 entries in this race. We've got in lane 2, or we'll just say the lane farthest to the left-hand side of the screen, as the referee would look at it, is Carlson. Lane 3, second lane in, would be Traverse City Central. Next to them, Skyline. There's another Traverse City boat, but this is Traverse City West. East Grand Rapids in the yellow shell. Parkersburg South next to them, and St. Ignatius Chicago.
And in a quad event, we typically do not have coxswains, but for the novices, we have a coxed quad event because this is the first year of these rowers rowing. So the coxswain will help them to steer so that the rowers can just focus on getting the blades in the water and propelling that boat forward. We see an early lead coming out from Skyline here as we cross over the 500-meter mark.
So strong lead by the Skyline crew. They've got at least a boat and a half length of open water over the next 2 crews. So it looks to be Traverse City West in the current second place position, Traverse City Central in the third place position, Carlson duking it out with Parkersburg South, or I'm sorry, East Grand Rapids for that fourth place position. So Carlson and East Grand Rapids for fourth, lead being Skyline, and between first through fourth, Traverse City West and then Traverse City Central.
And we're crossing that halfway point in the race course you see from the island. So this is where the rowers have starting to really get fatigue building. How are they responding? All those months of training that they've been putting in come down to this part.
And for a novice category, this is where it's very handy to have a coxswain to be able to command the mental side of this part of the race. Like you're saying, it's incredibly grueling. It's very challenging. You're going as hard as you can, but then for these newer athletes, what can we do to ingrain good mental habits? So these coxswains are likely keeping focus to whatever the race plan was that they've practiced either in prior races, in practice, in these time trials that happened yesterday, to just trying to slingshot from this halfway point to the 500-meter mark into the red buoys. very strong neck and neck fight there between Traverse City West and Central. West looking to have a slight advantage by only a foot or two, but I think Traverse City Central is trying to see if they can edge their bow ball first over that last 500-meter mark.
Yeah, I think they're definitely putting on the pressure right now, and I think it's starting to pay off.
Absolutely. So it does look to be too hard to tell. It's back and forth there, exchanging bow balls between Traverse City Central and West. It did look like there for a moment Central was in the lead, but West answered back to that. Carlson and East Grand Rapids, they're fighting it out for 4th place, also dead level across. Does look to be Traverse City Central at this point of the race has a little bit of advantage by about 2-3 feet over Traverse City West. But we've seen these crews exchange places and exchange bow balls not only in this race but in prior races. So it will be interesting to see what happens as they come into the red buoys. Again, that kind of rivalry you have if they train or practice or compete against each other frequently, being from the same geographic area. So pride and bragging rights on the line here, and Traverse City Central trying to take that win here in the women's novice coxed quad away from the West team, but Skyline is out there in front in command of this coxed quad.
Now, one thing you may notice between these two crews is the difference in the position of the coxswain. In the Traverse City Central, we have a stern coxed quad, and in the Traverse City West, we have a bow coxed quad. So the weight distribution tends to be a little bit better for a bow coxed quad, but the visibility for the coxswain is better at the stern because they can see everything that's going around.
You can see the Skyline crew out there taking the rate up a little bit. And they will take away this women's novice coxed quad here. And it is Traverse City Central that now has a little bit of an open water lead over Traverse City West as they come towards the finish line here. So again, you've got Skyline, Traverse City Central, Traverse City West. Then it looks to be East Grand Rapids who've triumphed over Carlson in that last 250 meters or so.
Yeah, East Grand Rapids definitely closed up some of the distance there, put on the speed. It just ran out of race course.
So that was the penultimate race of the first fleet of racing here. Our next event will be the women's varsity coxless 4, and then we'll break for our lunch hour. Well, not hour, lunch break, excuse me. But next race lining up and underway is the women's varsity straight 4 or coxless 4. In lane 1 on the far left-hand side of the screen, we have Forest Hills Eastern, St. Joseph Academy B in lane 2, lane 3 North Catholic, Skyline in lane 4, lane 5 North Allegheny, lane 6 Northville, Culver Academy is in lane 7, and in lane 8 St. Joseph Academy A. So in the women's varsity straight 4, almost the complete opposite of what we just saw of the women's novice coxed quads, in that there are still 4 rowers, but this one does not have a coxswain. So you see oftentimes in straight 4s, the first 250 meters of a race are all the athletes finding each other technically to be able to line up their power, to be able to execute it, the straightest line from start to finish. But now that they've all leveled out, it looks like we've got a very good fight for the lead position between St. Joseph Academy B, Skyline, and is that
I think that's Northville afterwards.
Northville after that, so about every other.
Northville and Skyline, there's some rivalry going on there. They see each other a lot during the season. Neither of them, though, are really commanding a lead here yet. Still fighting off. But it looks like St. Joseph Academy is starting to open up some space here.
Mm-hmm. Northville with a slight advantage. But St. Joseph Academy B perhaps in second, if not first.
Yeah, they're really close.
That's
Last year, one member of that St. Joseph Academy B boat got a silver at Midwest's this regatta last year, so there's some experience there.
And it does look to be that Northville crossing that 500-meter mark first, but just only a hair ahead of St. Joseph Academy. Skyline a foot or two behind them. Next, Forest Hills Eastern, St. Joseph Academy A, North Catholic, and then Culver Academies. North Allegheny kind of in that 5th place position at the moment. This is the first time they've entered in this event. It's the same lineup as the JV women's coxed 4 that we saw earlier. So interesting for those athletes to then be participating in a varsity event and then without a coxswain. So a lot of things to see on the horizon for that North Allegheny crew.
It does look like St. Joseph Academy is just inches ahead of Northville. Skyline is making a push here. We don't have a lot of race course left, so this is going to pan out pretty quickly.
And things about a straight 4, I think that these boats can move incredibly fast, very similar to a quad in that it's the lightest feeling boat per athlete. You don't have the weight of the coxswain. It's not as heavy feeling as an 8 or a coxed 4, but it moves a lot quicker than a pair. It's two mega pairs, so you can pick up speed very quickly, and when it's running well, you feel like you're up and flying. And flying is what it seems like Northville has perhaps started to do as they've gotten to the red buoys.
Well, they've definitely picked up their rate. They're executing a very nice sprint here, pulling away with each stroke.
And even though they've upped the rate, they're maintaining their sharpness. A little bit of a bobble there for a second. We'll see what St. Joseph Academy B is thinking to do. They seem to be responding. They also are upping their rate and seeming to be advancing down the course. Hard to tell here from this angle, but it does look to be that Northville is unofficially hard to tell between Northville and St. Joseph Academy.
I think actually
B.
St. Joseph's Academy may have eked out the win there, but it's too tough for us to tell. We don't know exactly where that finish line is because it's before those big orange buoys there.
Absolutely. So a flurry of racing, trying to keep a hold of everything. We've got 8 lanes of athletes racing at the Midwest Scholastic Championships here at the Kensington Metro Park. And Jim, we're just getting started. We've got a break coming up, so the current time being now 11, we've got about a 25-minute break until the next race, which would then be the men's novice coxed 4 final. But what are you noticing from this morning?
There's a lot of gutsy racing going on. I mean, typically you see oftentimes in high school racing, we see one crew make an early lead and then just walk away. We have not seen that in many events that we've watched today. There's been a lot of real good maturity from these athletes fighting off each other. We've seen when you come down, not getting dejected, not giving in. We've seen some changes. It's really exciting to watch.
Yeah, a lot of fight from all of these athletes coming into this conference championship of the Midwest Scholastic Championships, trying to fight for a spot in the SRA National Championships or seeing if they can fight for the Youth National Championships. Very tight, like you were saying, racing and good maturity for some of these younger events that we're seeing. Good mix of sweep and sculling. So lots going on here at the Bennett Racecourse in Kensington Metro Park in Milford, Michigan. So we're now going to break for a lunch break. So join us back for our next event at 11:30 start time, the men's novice coxed 4 final. And until then, go walk around the venue if you're here with us.
It's a beautiful
on
day.
Site. Beautiful day, sunny weather, not too much wind going on. And we'll see you back at 11:30.
We've set records in Wintech.
We really felt the King was the most efficient, effective, and fastest shell out on the water for us.
Wintech King is the perfect boat to rep. All hail the King!
And welcome back to the second half of the racing here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships here at the Kensington Metro Park in Milford, Michigan. So we're coming back from our lunch break. On screen and ready in the starting blocks, we have the men's novice coxed 4 finals ready to set off here any moment now. They're just finishing up some alignment. A lot of exciting racing happening this morning. So today is all A and B finals. Yesterday were their time trials and other qualifying events and semis to be able to be into today's respective A and B finals. So tight racing here as we near the end of the last 2 hours of racing here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships. So lined up and in the starting blocks, we have the men's novice coxed 4. We have in lane 1 on the far side of the screen, so to the far left as the referee reads, that's Pined Richland. Marietta is in lane 2. Lane 3 is Celine. St. Ignatius Cleveland and that yellow shell straightening out is in lane 4. Lane 5, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. New Trier in lane 6. Lane 7, St. Ignatius Chicago. And Northville in lane 8.
And they're just getting their points, getting ready to go. We've got a beautiful day here for those of you who are watching over the internet. Perfect rowing conditions, very light wind, wonderful temperatures. There's a great vibe going on. And we'd like to extend a thank you to all the mothers there on Mother's Day. We know we have a lot of mothers here have come to support their children. This is not just a sport that high school athletes do, but the parents have to do as well.
Yeah, a lot of parents and mothers and mother figures as well. Rowing is a big community, so thank you to all those who contribute to this, whether you're a parent, a supporter, a volunteer, race volunteer, or a referee or anything like that. It takes a lot of hands to make an event like this go off and end up going well and being run well. So we're here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships. I'm Grace Latz, and this is
Jim O'Mardian.
And so we're the voices here today for this Scholastic Championship Regatta, a qualifier for the nationals and future steps for these youth athletes. But yeah, we had an opportunity to walk around on the break here, and in the morning it was a little bit cooler, around the 40s, not a lot of wind or anything, but wasn't sure how the day was going to pan out, because you said yesterday there was a little bit of rain and wind that factored into people's experience. But now today you can see the sun is shining. The wind is pretty minimal, I would say, and temperature is great. You're not seeing anyone layer up or getting cold as they come on and off the water.
Yeah, we've got nice flat water here. This is a really great race course, 1,500 meters, Southeast Michigan. It's a relatively new race course, just a couple years. They really have worked out all the kinks. It's a beautiful, beautiful site for Midwest. And we have lots of spectators here on the shore.
Yes.
It's just, like I said, it's a great vibe, and we're happy to have you here.
So another feature that we'll have available for view on the live stream and for the Jumbotron here is occasional updates to the team standings for different events. So we've got here different categories of the combined team points and team standings. We have women's sweep, men's sweep, and then women's scull, men's scull. So you can see here how the different respective programs are lining up compared to the other clubs are represented here. The other schools represented here, and how it shakes out between men and women, sweep and scull, and the entire program as a whole. I like this kind of breakdown. You don't see this in a lot of other areas, but it's interesting to see where different programs' strengths lie.
Absolutely.
So you'll be seeing this pop up on screen occasionally, depending on the races that unfold, which will contribute to some switch-ups to expect later today. And so racing underway now in the men's novice coxed 4 final. As just to revisit who is in this race, in lane 1 we have Pine Richland, Marietta in lane 2, lane 3 Celine, lane 4 St. Ignatius Cleveland, lane 5 Orchard Lake St. Mary's, New Trier in lane 6, lane 7 St. Ignatius Chicago, and Northville in lane 8.
And Orchard Lake St. Mary's has had an early jump out into the lead here. We're about 500 meters down, about a third of the way through the race. And then we've got a nice race developing for second place. Looks like St. Ignatius Cleveland is starting to work itself into that position. And then followed by New Trier and Celine.
Again, 8 lanes of racing here, which is a lot of boats to keep track of for both us up here in the announcing area, but then also for you at home and the referees and even the athletes themselves. There's a lot going on. Perhaps in previous regattas this season, they've only raced 6 across, or maybe even like duels, or there's like some local challenges. So it's a lot of things to have to navigate and juggle while also racing, but handling that well is the Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew. So they are currently in that first place position. St. Ignatius Cleveland putting on a good show of speed here as they cross that halfway mark. In this race, you can spot that with that island that's popping up on the right-hand side of the screen. And third place seems to be a bit of a dogfight then between New Trier, Celine, and maybe even a little bit of Pine Richland out there in far lane 1.
And for those of you who are new to the sport, we can see in this event, as the drone pans back, the crew that's coming up in St. Ignatius, Chicago here on the near side, they have a bucket rig, which means they have their rowers, rather than being staggered, they have 2 rowers from one side in the middle of the boat and then on the other side in the bow and the stern. And that's just a determination that the coach would make for where they think that the rowers best fit and where they gel together. Typically you do see the staggered, but the bucket rig happens every once in a while, and so it's interesting to see.
And you often see that more often in 4s than you do in other boat classes. And sometimes that has to do with the power differential, sometimes it has to do with technique, and sometimes it just looks cool, let's be honest. So the bucket makes its appearance there in that Northville crew closest to us on screen. But it's still the Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew out in front. St. Ignatius Cleveland in second place, third place New Trier. Celine in that fourth place crew, Pine Richland, trying to make a race and a run for that fourth place out on the lane 1.
And that Pine Richland crew had a first place finish at Pittsburgh a couple weeks ago, so they have some victories under their belt. And we'll see them try to move in closer here. It still is a fight now here for fourth place.
And it does look like when we pan back visually from where we are at the announcing booth that Celine is a little bit ahead of Pine Richland. You're starting to see that translate to what you can see on the Jumbotron as well. So first through fourth at the current moment is Orchard Lake St. Mary's, St. Ignatius Cleveland in second. New Trier making a charge for it, their bow ball moving up. We'll see how much race course they have left to see if that translates. And then very good fight happening now between Pine Richland and Celine for fourth place.
And New Trier is really making a valiant effort here. It just remains to be seen if they have enough race course. I think they're going to run up a little bit short.
But charging towards it, Orchard Lake St. Mary's should be crossing the finish line now, so they will be the winners of the men's novice coxed 4 final, then followed by St. Ignatius in second, New Trier in third. And that fight for fourth looks to be Celine slightly over Pine Richland unofficially. Oh, but look at this here on screen. We see St. Ignatius Chicago. But it does look to be Celine in fourth, maybe too close to call there between Pine Richland and St. Ignatius Chicago. But then Marietta, and now seeing Northville crossing the line. Whew, lots of back and forth there.
Yeah.
Now that my coffee is kicking in, maybe theirs is too. So that wraps up our men's novice coxed 4 final. Very tight racing there for that fourth placed spot. So we'll see how that shakes out for other teams and other programs with that team standing that you'll see pop up occasionally. And as we go down the race program. Back up at the start now, we have the men's novice coxed quads. And who do we have in this race, Jim?
In lane 1, we've got St. Ignatius Chicago. And then in lane 2, we've got North Allegheny. Skyline is in lane 3, Parkersburg in lane 4. Got Montgomery Bell in 5, Forest Hill Central, lane 6, in the western part of the state. Northville in lane 7, and Carlson in lane 8. So it looks like they're just getting their points right now. Again, this is a coxed quad, so it's not a boat that you typically see, but we have this event for the novices to allow the novices to focus on the sculling rowing. And as we were talking about the points earlier, each event has a different points allocation. So typically the bigger boats get a higher points allocation than the smaller boats. So winning an 8 event is typically worth a little bit more than winning a 4 event or a pair, etc. And then the sculling versus the sweep division. Again, sculling is 2 oars and the sweep is the 1 oar. And then there's the combined trophy. So some programs like to focus more on sculling, some focus more on sweep. And so that's what coaches factor into their decision, both to win individual events, but also the overall points.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes that depends on the vision of the program and from the coach, but then also on the flip side, maybe responding to the strength of the athlete pool that you're working with. And so that sometimes that program shift can change depending on which athletes they get have a better ability at one or the other, if it's sweep or scull, if they have more women than men. And that can flux over time depending on, rowing is growing in a lot of areas. And so being able to give more access to rowing at the Scholastic level has just invited some cool new changes, just to what you were talking about with all the different sweep, scull, men, women.
Absolutely.
So very cool to have so much opportunity for these high school athletes.
So our races are going off at what's known as 6-minute centers. So we're trying to send them off every 6 minutes, and we just had the start of the men's novice coxed quad.
Now, this might be some education for me. So this is my first Scholastic regatta, but we've seen some terms out here, novice versus freshman.
Yes.
Now, do you know the definition between those two things?
I believe I do. So novice has to be in their first year of rowing. Mm-hmm. So they can be any grade level, whereas a freshman has to be a 9th grader. So if you decided to start rowing and you were a junior in high school, you'd be eligible for a novice event. You would not be eligible for a freshman event.
Excellent. So it's kind of like your rowing age.
Exactly.
Understand. Yeah, so it's interesting to see that because you see some of these categories and how they're referred to as far as novice and varsity and translate to the collegiate sphere, which is the next step for these athletes if some of them choose to go on to college, where you'll start to see some areas interchangeably use freshman and novice at the collegiate level. You have 2V versus JV, but a lot of it is the same thing of trying to meet athletes where they're at. So whether or not they're a freshman academically or if they're a freshman in rowing, then
Absolutely.
They have a space for them here at this kind of event. So tough to see here, but I think that may be the either Montgomery Bell or Forest Hill Central crew out in front in this novice coxed quad. We'll get confirmation of that in a second.
Yeah, I believe that is. That is Montgomery Bell.
And we'll see as the race unfolds. Very close race as we come into that 500-meter mark there between those two crews in the lead, the yellow shell of Parkersburg and Skyline. So Parkersburg edging out Skyline to get past that first 500 meters by just a little bit, and then we're looking at North Allegheny next to them for 4th place, and then closer here on screen Forest Hill Central as that 1 through 5 spot. But strong initial step out in the first half of this race by Montgomery Bell.
And it looks like Skyline's trying to make a little bit of push here. Mm-hmm. We'll see. We're moving into that middle portion of the race. There's that island that we've talked about at the halfway point. It's a really useful landmark for these rowers here. And we can see that Skyline looks like they're really trying to push now. They're making a move. They look like they've gotten into 2nd place or just shy of it.
Oh, back and forth here.
Parkersburg's responding nicely.
They responded very nicely. So good on the part of the coxswain. And we talked about this. We saw another race where this panned out. So the Skyline boat has a bow-loaded coxed quad, meaning that the coxswain is fitted into their position like a sock in a shoe in the bow part of the boat. It's very difficult for them to see either side of them. That's very different than the St. Ignatius crew Parkersburg crew next to them, where the coxswain is in a stern position and can see the field in front of them. Now they have trouble being able to see straight down the line because they've got the rowers in front of them, but they have a better advantage with their information. So you can see the coxswain just looking right across to the Skyline crew. So Parkersburg's coxswain looking straight over at the Skyline crew, and the Skyline coxswain maybe not entirely able to see what's going on there, but Parkersburg able to take a little bit of advantage. They have a 2-seat lead now on Skyline as they come towards that 500-meter mark.
And you could see when we did zoom up in on that Parkersburg coxswain, they were just really extorting their crew. You could see the head just turned over to Skyline, zeroed in on that competition.
And so what kind of, as a coxswain, Jim, what are things that you're looking at while actively in a race using another crew to push your athletes on?
So one thing that's very important is to make sure that you're informing the rowers where the other boats are. Typically, you don't want to be having, as a rower, you don't want to have your head on a swivel and looking out of the boat, because that messes up your own rhythm, messes up your own style. You can kind of sense through your peripheral vision where these other boats are, but the coxswain needs to tell you exactly where they are. So right now it looks like Skyline has now made a big push here, and so the coxswain is going to be telling their crew right now that they're probably even with the bow ball at this stage, and they may be asking for a bit of a push to say maybe over the next 10 strokes or so, I want to make sure that their bow ball is even with our stern or something. Give them a goal to push through here.
Yeah, and an advantage of that bow-loaded coxswain position is that your head's probably, less than a foot off the water line?
Yeah.
And so you're really feeling the rhythm of the boat as well. And so I feel like maybe perhaps the coxswain there was goading their athletes on with a particular technical change, because I feel like they're starting to row longer and stronger with the legs, and that has translated well into this last 200 meters of the race of having an advantage of Skyline over Parkersburg.
Yeah, we're seeing them. They're just holding on to the end. They're sensing that finish line's coming right up, and really just digging in. Looks like we're going to end up with about a 3/4 of a boat length to almost a full boat length.
Yep.
Length margin.
So Montgomery
between
Bell
these two
take
crews.
away that first place, and it will be Skyline who wins second place in that men's novice coxed quad, then Parkersburg, followed then by North Allegheny, Forest Hill Central to the near side, and then farther back we've got Northville to round out the field, along with Carlson and St. Ignatius, Chicago. So in order to keep the regatta on track, the referees have started the next race. We've got the women's junior double final. In lane 1, to the left-hand side of the screen and the left-hand side of the field, as the referee launches would see it. In lane 1, we have Parkersburg. Lane 2, Green Hills. Lane 3, Northview, Skyline A in lane 4. Lane 5, North Allegheny A. Traverse City Central in lane 6. Lane 7, East Grand Rapids. And lane 8, Culver Academies.
And we've got Skyline out to an early lead here. These are two of the rowers that were in that very fast Skyline Junior Quad earlier today that we just saw had a commanding victory. So these are definitely going to be a crew that's going to be a challenge to beat. But it looks like North Allegheny is really giving them a run for their money.
And the North Allegheny crew also had some repeat performances. This is actually half of the women's cox 4 and women's straight 4 combination that raced earlier today. So being able to race multiple times is a great product of having a course that's 1,500 meters long, and at a Scholastic event you can get these athletes race experience and exposure in multiple different events against different teams. And so it's been interesting now to see, depending on the sweep in the skull and the men and the women, the swap based on the event. So cool that we've got sculling here when they were sweeping just earlier, a couple hours earlier. So it's still Skyline out in the lead. They've got open water over North Allegheny A. And then it seems to be a race between Traverse City Central in lane 6 closer to us, and Parkersburg on the far side of the screen for that third place. But Green Hills, which rows out of Washington Rowing Center against that Skyline crew, is making a fight for third place.
Now, Grace, you were mentioning the difference between the sculling and the sweep. How hard is it for a rower to make that shift during the day to sweep in one event and then scull in another? Is that a challenge, or is it second nature to them at this stage?
I think, well, I'm a little biased, so I would say it's probably a touch easier for those who primarily scull versus sweep, only in that you have dexterity with both hands, right? So for those who are watching, the difference between sweep and scull, meaning the difference between holding one oar with two hands as you would a broom, and hence the name sweep, or sculling where you have an oar in each hand. So the technical proficiency needed with sculling is you have to be able to do the rolls that would be designated to separate hands and sweep to both hands at the same time in sculling. So you're feathering the blades, you're placing the blades, and you have the finesse in both sides. So if you're racing multiple events, sweep and scull, if you're able to do it with no thought by sculling the rest of the time, easier to translate to sweep. So whether you do one first or later doesn't really matter, but it's all about what you do in practice. So I know that the Skyline crew practices a fair amount in sculling to be able to have that adaptability, and I'm sure a lot of these other programs do that as well. So Skyline here walking away with even more distance over North Allegheny, but North Allegheny keeping that second place position very strongly. But Traverse City Central and Parkersburg now are in the fight for third as they cross into the red buoys.
Yeah, and it does look like Skyline decided in the second half of the race to really make a concerted shift in their base pace. They've stepped it up, and they're now just walking away. North Allegheny is still really pushing off the crews that are making a charge behind. That third place race is still anybody's out there.
Yeah.
Only a few strokes left, but hard
And
to
you
tell.
never know, because this is still one of the junior events. So you were saying the athletes have to be no older than a junior year, correct?
Absolutely.
So there is still some experience to be gained here, so there could be some shakedown in the end of the race, but it does look to be that Skyline A will cross the finish line first in this women's junior double final. Second place coming down the line looks like to be North Allegheny, but then the race unfolding between Parkersburg and Traverse City. Last 10 or so strokes, we'll see as we get aligned here, but it does look to be Traverse City with the momentum. They will cross a half boat ahead of Parkersburg, Green Hills next to them, and then Northview, and rounding out the field will come East Grand Rapids and Culver Academies. And making up time here at every single event, we've got the women's varsity double final B. So in lane 1, just crossing the 500-meter mark there, is Huron. Shaker Heights in lane 2. Lane 3, Mount Lebanon. Lane 4, Allardyce. Lane 5, Parkersburg South. Skyline B in lane 6. Lane 7, Traverse City Central. And East Grand Rapids in lane 8. Parkersburg South seeming to have a good lead here as we start to spot that halfway mark coming into the screen, unofficially marked by the sploot of trees on that island over there. Seems to be about halfway through the race. Next would be the Allardyce crew in the yellow shell, third place out there, Shaker Heights. And then tie for fourth right now between Mount Lebanon and Traverse City Central. Or is that East Grand Rapids there? Excuse me, in the yellow shell.
Just a really confident rhythm from that crew out in front there. You can see them squaring up, placing the blades nicely in the water, cleanly extracting them at the finish.
So starting to see an interesting push now coming out of the Traverse City Central and Skyline B entries over in lanes 6 and 7. So the yellow boat on screen closest to us is East Grand Rapids. They're experiencing a bit of a push from Traverse City Central and Skyline off to their port side, off to their right-hand side. But the racing out in front, still Parkersburg South in the lead, Allardyce in second, third, Shaker Heights, then Mount Lebanon, and then that race within the race between Skyline, Traverse City Central, and East Grand Rapids in that last 500 meters.
Yeah, it does look like Skyline's putting on the pressure right now. East Grand Rapids is responding. Hard to tell, though, right from here. That pink pyramid buoy that you see over there is the 500 meter to go mark. So this is the last third of the race. Now, Grace, you had mentioned 1,500 meters versus 2,000 meters. Can you talk a little bit more about, like, why is it that some high schoolers row 1,500 meters?
So, from my understanding, and again, this is speaking as somebody who didn't row as a high school athlete, is that because the other steps of the collegiate level and the Olympic level are 2,000 meters. And so out of tradition and out of maintaining kind of like an integrity of making things developmentally appropriate, sometimes high schoolers race a 1,500 meter course. And so all that allows, it's really a difference of 2 minutes and maybe a little bit more. And it doesn't sound like much, but there's a lot of training and physiology that needs to be developed to execute a 2,000 meter race well without undue burden of having, you still want these athletes to be student athletes and enjoy their high school experience. So this is an in-between step, because I like to say that nobody is really fantastic at rowing until they're about 24 anyways, if you've got your eyes set on the higher levels. So this is just one step towards being able to take those following steps.
Gotcha.
So right now we're seeing 1,500 meters, and crossing that 1,500 meter line first is going to be the Parkersburg South crew, which is not a surprise if you've been following the earlier parts of this race, but the Allardyce crew would take second if they keep calm, cool, and collected for the last 10 or so strokes. Shaker Heights has fended off the fight that was posed to them by Mount Lebanon, but that looks to be your 1, 2, 3, and then that fight that we saw earlier on between Skyline B, Traverse City Central, and East Grand Rapids seems to be panning out in that direction. But a good push here by East Grand Rapids here for the last few strokes.
Well, they may get it at the line.
They might edge out Skyline there. But very good fight. Again, women's varsity doubles B final. Very competitive there right to the end, which is all we can ask for. So next event here in the Midwest Scholastic Championships underway, we have the women's varsity double A final. Over on the left-hand side of the screen, we have Rockford A. Next to them, slightly ahead, is Traverse City West A. Behind them is the Forest Hills Central Boat in lane 3. Out ahead and in the current lead is Skyline A. Lane 5, Northview in third place. Grand Haven in lane 6. Lane 7, North Allegheny, and in lane 8, Carlson.
And we've got a pretty commanding early lead from Skyline. This is the other half of that Skyline quad that won the junior quad event. And so they're really pushing out hard. We've got a lot of crews that are trying to drill back into them. So looks like Grand Haven is making a push here. They're just shy of contact. And closing. Northview too.
And we're seeing a lot of doubling up of entries. So you're talking about the Skyline crew being half of a certain combination. Same thing's happening over in the North Allegheny crew, where it's actually both of the athletes in those boats are team co-captains, and half of the women's 4 that was entered a moment ago, and with their teammates who raced in the women's junior double final 2 events prior to this. So seeing how much can they race in a day, hence the benefit of having a 1,500 meter course, and see where they stack up here, there, and everywhere. But Skyline looks to be out in front here. Second place, Grand Haven. Third place, Northview. And then maybe a tie for fourth between Traverse City West and North Allegheny.
In the distance, you can see the crews that are heading up for later events. We have a circular pattern here at the Kathryn Bennett Racecourse. Really nice long strokes coming from these scullers here. And that Skyline double, they may have made sure that they were
conserving some energy in the first part of the course to really lay it on in the second half, because in the second half of the course they have just walked away from the rest of the field.
And they haven't slowed it down either. So you can tell they're the pedals to the metal here. They're not letting off the gas here because they want a commanding lead, and they don't want any part of that fight for a second place that's unfolding between Northview and Grand Haven. I'd argue to say that Rockford's also trying to edge their bow ball into that mix. They've got 500 meters to do it. We'll see if they've got enough race course for it. And then we also see Carlson over there trying to see where they stack up. But it is currently Skyline in the lead. Grand Haven perhaps edging out Northview by a seat or two. And then very, very close between Northview and Rockford A.
Northview has picked up their stroke rating, as has Grand Haven. They seem to they can sense each other. They're certainly right next to each other, and they're responding.
And Grandview able to stay on it. And I wanted to say that they were staying a little bit longer. I think their goal was to cross into those red buoys first. So now it's visually you start to see the red buoys almost disappear as they blend in with the water. And they had about a 2-seat lead. And it seems to be like they're trying to open it up to a third over Northview. But then look at Rockford A out there in the far side of the lane. They look to be about level with Northview. So Rockford and Northview about level. Grand Haven, their bow ball just a little bit ahead of those two. Skyline almost out of the picture, but slated to cross that finish line first. Rockford seems to be making a very good push here.
Yeah.
They can sense the energy from the cheers of the spectators. They may even have a fight here for second place against Grand Haven.
Yeah. They're definitely going to be hearing the cheers a whole lot louder over there in lane 1,
Yes.
which can propel them. But it does look like Grand Haven is now making a push.
Yes, and it will be Grand Haven, and then hard to tell with the angle, but it could be a toss-up between Northview and then Rockford unofficially. Do check crew timer for official results. Good tie here between Carlson and Traverse City West, followed closely thereafter by Forest Hills Central, and then North Allegheny. That was a pretty tight, exciting race there for doubles. And that's the kind of fun thing about small boats. But the fun thing about big boats like we're about to see in the men's junior quads is that those margins will only get tighter. So this is the men's junior quad, A final. In lane 1, we have Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Lane 2, Skyline B. Lane 3, North Allegheny A. Montgomery Bell in lane 4. Lane 5, Skyline A. Northville in lane 6. Lane 7, North Allegheny B. And Saline in lane 8.
You had mentioned earlier before the break, Grace, about different boats having different feels. I imagine that this boat just feels like it's flying. You have 8 oars, you only have 4 people, you don't have a coxswain weighing down the boat.
Yep.
How does this feel?
Well, compared to the boat, I think it would be a toss-up between this and the coxless 4s for the lightest feeling boat. Now, that's if you're rowing together and on time, which I think the crew that's just about to cross the 500-meter mark, that Montgomery Bell crew is probably feeling at this moment. You can see the boat's not moving very up and down. It's just chugging away forward, straight towards that finish line. When you are running like that, it just feels like you're a knife cutting through butter. It's very light. You're able to just fly with the momentum and slingshot that you're building together instead of it feeling maybe a little bit heavier and a little bit more time to be able to translate your power through the footboards and through the handles. But quads tend to feel very, very light and quick. We can see a tighter margin here. About every boat has contact with each other, so it is Montgomery Bell out in first.
I think actually that might be Skyline out in first.
Is that Skyline in first? Oh, pardon me. I've shifted my lanes over.
So I think we have
correct.
Skyline in first.
I can see their visors. That seems to be in the blue and white, so that looks to be Skyline. That's correct.
But then it's dead level for second right now.
Oof. Very, very tight back and forth as we cross over that halfway mark. Would I argue say, is that Skyline B in North Allegheny back and forth there?
Yeah.
Very good push then by Montgomery Bell. The near crew in the darker shell. Saline also very competitive. You can see the bowman of the Celine crew looking over to his right to see how close are they to that fight for a medal position in the men's junior quad.
It does look like Skyline B there is making a push. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
I don't know. They look to have maybe just edged out the North Allegheny crew as they crossed that 500 meters.
There we go.
As the white buoys fade away, it did look to be Skyline A, Skyline B, North Allegheny, Montgomery Bell, Celine, Northville, and North Allegheny B, Orchard, Lake St. Mary's after that. So really competitive to see 2 entries from Skyline here, 2 entries from North Allegheny in here, but very, very good fight unfolding between the Skyline B boat and the North Allegheny A boat at this moment. Skyline's still got that seat lead, but a lot can happen in 500 meters within a quad.
Well, and I believe this 2 Skyline entries were actually their junior 8. They split up into 2 quads. So they're doing both sweep and sculling on the same day, which could be a challenge. There's also going to be the bragging rights inter-squad.
But also look at this fight. You can tell through the body language and just the expression of how each crew is trying to manage the swing and the leg drive together. Those are 2 very, very hungry boats. And so Skyline B had an advantage crossing over that 500-meter mark, but I think momentum is with North Allegheny A boat. So hard to tell a little bit from this angle, but I think North Allegheny, if we were to have a camera on it, would be only about 6 inches ahead of Skyline B as they come across the crowds here. They can sense that energy and sense that the finish line is approaching. You can see an uptick in energy here. Skyline A shortening up a little bit, little uptick there, starting to shorten their rate, or up their rate, shorten their distance, seeing if they can just take more strokes towards the finish line. Right now, currently in a lead, they may just take it, but unofficially, very difficult to tell to see which boat had that surge there, but it was Skyline A, maybe a tie there between Skyline B and North Allegheny, then Montgomery Bell, Northville, North Allegheny B, Celine, and then Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
And as you're watching on the Jumbotron here, the finish line is just before those orange buoys, so it's very, very hard to tell if you're not the finish line judge when you're in a situation that close, which crew crossed the line before the other. Can be a matter of just at what part of the stroke you're in, because these boats don't move at a constant speed down the course. Yeah,
you definitely wouldn't want to water ski behind any of these. It's not a smooth ride, but it's more because of the momentum of what you're saying. You know, every stroke per stroke, you're trying to let the boat run, but you also want to catch your blade into the water where the boat at a time where the boat's not slowing down. So it's a balance, and it takes a lot of practice to be able to execute that well and effectively. So next race up, we've got the men's varsity quad B finals. And in lane 2, which would be the boat that we see farthest to our left, would be Rockford. Next, we have Forest Hills Central, second in from the left. Allardyce in that 3rd middle position, duking it out with Parkersburg. Lane 6 is North View, and then in a current 3rd place position is Riverview.
We got some nice rowing coming up to the 500-meter mark here. Beautiful conditions. Nice flat water, very light wind. This is exactly what you want for racing. Looks like we had a little bit of a steering correction coming from these. These are challenging boats to steer. There's no coxswain, remember.
But incredibly fast.
Yes.
So just the tiniest of movement in the foot of the athlete who is controlling the direction of the boat can really affect the trajectory of this path. So on top of rowing, you've got an athlete who is likely managing the tow, either the same athlete or a different athlete calling different steering. So in the warm-up area, none of this is buoyed, so they have to navigate that safely. And then you usually have another athlete in this boat that is calling the race plan, so making sure that all of the athletes are executing particular moves or focuses together within the race, even though it looks like the same stroke, copy and paste. It's actually quite precise between getting the boat up to speed off the start. You have your higher strokes, you stride it out to then level out at a base pace to be able to execute a majority of the race. And then you've got to have that athlete, whoever's designated as the caller, to be able to say, okay, on this stroke, we're going to take it up. We're going to take it up for a move. You're going to take it up for the sprint. And especially in a tight race like this that's unfolding between Parkersburg and Riverview, even Alderdice that's in there, you want to be able to execute the plan together and with a lot of mastery. So the role of a coxswain distributed over all of these athletes. And doing it well. So it looks like Parkersburg has got maybe a slight lead by only a foot or so over Riverview. Next to them would be the Alderdice crew, fourth, Northview, Forest Hills Central B in fifth, and Rockford in sixth.
We're crossing over the 1,000-meter mark, so we are coming into the last 500 meters, last third of the race here. And boy, it is just neck and neck between these crews.
We've seen first place exchanged between Parkersburg and Alderdice, but it does look like Riverview is trying to take their turn at trying on that first place position. Parkersburg holding them off momentarily, but very good move here by the Alderdice crew, staying long, staying together. They look to have made a little bit of a shift there in their rate.
And this Northview crew here, they're not to be counted out yet. I mean, it's going to be a challenge for them. They don't have a lot of race course left, but they still have contact with all the other boats.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and we're not yet in the last 250 meters. But now we see that the Northview crew has crossed the 250-meter mark. They are just eating up distance on this entire field. So we're seeing Northview pulling about 2 feet behind Riverview. Riverview perhaps a little bit of contact, maybe losing a little bit of contact with Alderdice, and then Parkersburg as your 1 through 4. The darker colored shell of Forest Hills also coming in and charging towards the finish line. Oh, look at that fantastic move by Alderdice. They've really picked up the rate, probably by about 4 to 6 beats here, trying to gain up any speed in the last 10 strokes. See if they can snag this win away from Parkersburg.
Yeah, that Alderdice timing, the timing is good. They've really got nice sharp catches here. You can see it's just chopping in. Just think they may run out of race course.
Yep. Oh, fantastic finish. The athletes we're looking for those orange buoys rolling all the way to the end, but it will be Parkersburg, Alderdice, Riverview, Forest Hills, Northville, and then Rockford. Looking at the top 2 finishes here, completely spent rowers, kind of keeled over into their seats or exchanging high fives with the crew, so you can tell that was a fantastic internal race for all of those athletes in the men's varsity quad B final.
We now move to the A final of the men's varsity quads. In lane 1, we have Shaker Heights. Lane 2, Skyline B. Lane 3, Fox Chapel. Lane 4, Forest Hills Central's A entry. Lane 5, East Grand Rapids. That's in the yellow boat. Lane 6, Montgomery Bell. Lane 7, Skyline A. And lane 8, Traverse City Central.
Early lead by Forest Hills Central A boat, second place boat looking to be East Grand Rapids at the moment in that yellow shell. Third would be Fox Chapel in the red shell, but there's a really good fight happening between Skyline A and Montgomery Bell in lanes 6 and 7 that is they're pushing each other to push the rest of the field. So that fight that's happening there is pushing Fox Chapel, which is pushing East Grand Rapids, which is pushing Forest Hills Central. So we've got a race here where these first 5 boats all have contact with each other, and it's just the first 500 meters.
Well, and these 2 Skyline boats are dead even with each other. Maybe the Skyline A boat is a foot or 2 ahead. And so there's a lot of inter-squad competition there, too. You know, both crews want to do as well as possible, but they certainly want to beat their teammates.
Absolutely.
Let's go, gentlemen! Pull some water!
You can hear the cheering happening here all the way down the line here. So it is Forest Hills Central A in the lead, but there is overlap. That East Grand Rapids yellow shell, they've got overlap. Their bow ball sitting about on the stern deck of Forest Hills Central A. East Grand Rapids opening up maybe a touch of open water, and then the race is occurring between Montgomery Bell now and Fox Chapel for third place. Those boats are neck and neck I could not call who is crossing that buoy line first at this moment for
No.
third place, and then the two Skyline boats either side.
This is the chevron shape that you were talking about in terms of where we anticipate.
Yep, depending on time trials or semifinals, depending on the progression of each race, they seed the crews from the middle out, from fastest in the middle, and then outward. So we are seeing a race unfold as expected, as far as just the faster speed being in central in the course.
I think East Grand Rapids is trying to make a push here. It does seem like Forest Hill Central is they can see them and they're just pushing them back.
And it's funny, I feel like this race is flying, but it almost feels like each crew is rowing with the energy of the last 250 meters.
Absolutely.
I think this race has a special energy about it that is, there's a lot of urgency in this race. So you've got Forest Hill Central still out in front. East Grand Rapids trying to make a fight for a second, but that third place spot could be a fight between these four crews of Skyline A, Skyline B, Montgomery Bell, Fox Chapel. Current lead with Montgomery Bell. Skyline A and B about level with each other. Fox Chapel and the Red Shell 2 seats down to Montgomery Bell. And I think Jim and I are just sitting here anxiously awaiting. But it does look to be Montgomery Bell may have crossed into that last 250 meters ahead of Fox Chapel, but really only by a hair.
Yeah. This is really aggressive racing. These two crews in the front, they have not let up at all.
Nope. And they are, as a pair, pushing away from the field more and more, but not giving an inch to either one racing side to side.
Absolutely.
So Forest Hill Central A trying to take away a win for their squad here in the men's varsity quad A final. And it looks to be the case that Forest Hills will take away a win. East Grand Rapids in second. Third, though, good charge here by Montgomery Bell over Fox Chapel. Then to Skyline A, just edging out Skyline B. So that was a bit of a race there within the races for that third place position, trying to catch the rest of the field. But that was a great race for first and second, and that race for third to see who could get in there. So back on schedule here, we have the women's junior coxed 4 finals. I'm sorry, the B final for the women's junior coxed 4s up at the starting blocks.
We can see the boat in lane 8 is just attached on. That is Trenton. That's the one far left on your screen. And the interesting thing is that normally when you try to position a boat, you just take a stroke with one of the oars. But when you're attached to a stake boat here at the starting line, if you do that, that would rip you right off. So they actually have to hand their oar up to the next rower and take little short choppy sculls to bring the point around here. It looks like they're all lined up. And at the start, there's an aligner that's on the shore that's getting those bow balls all lined up. And if you've never been on a stake boat before holding these boats, you'll hear instructions to push your boat out an inch or two. And they want to get those bow balls lined up perfectly.
And I like to say that at the start line, there's a deafening silence.
Absolutely.
Until
that
this happens.
stroke.
Until that stroke. And depending on how the race is called, you'll see a flag or a light system to start the boats off. And we do have a start with the women's junior coxed 4 finals, the B final here. In lane 1 on the far right-hand side of the screen, but as the referee reads from left to right, is St. Joseph Academy. In lane 2, we have Theodore Roosevelt. In lane 3, we have Shaker Heights. Lane 4, Pine Richland. North Allegheny in lane 5. Lane 6, Huron, Mount Lebanon in lane 7, and in lane 8, Trenton. Early lead in the initial starting strokes for Pine Richland. In the darker colored shell, hard to spot, but I can just make out their bow ball as the first one to cross these different lines. But then very tight race for second between Shaker Heights and Theodore Roosevelt, and Trenton out there exceeding their seed here as third place contender early on in this race.
Yeah. I think Theodore Roosevelt had a very nice start, jumped out there, but Shaker Heights is now starting to reel him back in. I think they're dead even, or if anything, just a little bit up for that second place spot. But Pine Richland's definitely out half a boat length now. Kind of hard to tell with that dark shell, but they're looking to extend that lead.
But nobody has open water on anybody here at this point, so overlap across all boats here in the Midwest Scholastic Championships and the Women's Junior Coxed 4B Final. Leaders are still Pine Richland, and you're right there, the Shaker Heights. They have about a seat lead over Theodore Roosevelt off to their right-hand side, or off to our left, as we're seeing from this bird's eye view of the drone. Then it looks to be Trenton, North Allegheny, then very tight there between Huron, then perhaps Mount Lebanon, and then St. Joseph Academy.
They're through that 500-meter pyramid mark. It's a move, a point in the race course where a lot of crews like to take a move, so we may see some shifts going on here. Certainly anybody's game for second place amongst all of these crews, all 6 of these crews. I would not say that this is established at all yet.
No, it does look like Pine Richland doesn't want anything to do with that fight, so they're just trying to open it up and keep that distance from the dogfight that's happening for the second place position. So I'd say Shaker Heights is probably in second for now. We see the island coming into the screen here, marking the halfway point of this 1,500-meter race. But Theodore Roosevelt, even though Shaker Heights has that advantage, they've not gained more advantage over Theodore Roosevelt. So they've kind of kept the same speed. So we'll see if if Theodore Roosevelt has something in the tank as they cross over this halfway point. And then we're looking at Trenton. They've also kept that in distance, so they're in that kind of third, fourth territory. And then Huron and North Allegheny neck and neck every single stroke as they cross halfway through.
Now, I know as a coxswain, I've made a call when a crew has made a move on you. You try to hold them for a few strokes. Maybe take 5 strokes or 10 strokes to hold, to arrest that move. And if you can hold them, that means you have the capability to push beyond them. And so I'm sure what's going on between this Shaker Heights and Theodore Roosevelt crew is those coxswains they're calling each other off, in terms of where they are on the other boat, and they are not letting their rowers let up the gas at all.
No, especially when you're all of these crews being bow-loaded 4s. All the coxswains are slung into the very front part of their boat. So that Theodore Roosevelt Shaker Heights crew, those coxswains are probably looking right at each other. Their eyeballs only about a foot above the water. It's kind of an intense situation there for the coxswains. So I think Shaker Heights might snag out an early lead over. We'll see.
I don't know.
Whew. It could have been Theodore Roosevelt who got out ahead on that one.
But I do think moved into the next position is that yellow boat there, Huron.
Yes. It does look like Huron, and that yellow shell is now in a current 4th place position, but only a little bit over North Allegheny. And then Trenton, Mount Lebanon behind them, and then St. Joseph Academy out in lane 1. But yeah, it did look like that Theodore Roosevelt crew, that fight that was happening where they were staying level between Shaker Heights and Theodore Roosevelt, they were just keeping even pace, and then whatever move happened, Theodore Roosevelt has now overtaken Shaker Heights for second place.
But this Huron crew is pushing in. They don't want to be counted out yet.
No, they are putting in a good fight for third. There's still a fair amount of race course left. We can see on screen here the crews crossing into the area from the launch dock, so you'll start to hear a lot of cheering happening for that. So Theodore Roosevelt taking advantage of that energy, but Huron looks to be pulled out probably maybe only a foot behind Shaker Heights. They are in striking distance of a third place position in this B final of the women's junior coxed 4s.
And we're in those red buoy zone coming into the last final strokes of the race course here. This is typically where a lot of change can happen if you have this close of a race, because these rowers will step it up. It's really at some point it becomes who just wants it more, who wants to be mentally tough.
There's not many more races in the day, so some of these might be their last race of the day if they've doubled up, so they know this is the only thing they got to do. So Pine Richland walking away with the first place here in the B final of the women's junior coxed 4. Slight advantage to Theodore Roosevelt in his last 10-15 strokes. We see Shaker Heights after them. Huron falling back a little bit off of that pace. Overlap with them is North Allegheny, but it will be Pine, Richland, Theodore Roosevelt, Huron, North Allegheny, Trenton, Mount Lebanon, and then St. Joseph Academy in that order. Unofficially here in the Midwest Classic Championships at the Women's Junior Coxed 4 event. Wow, that was such a race there between Theodore Roosevelt and Shaker Heights. It was a fantastic race there that happened between those two boats, and so it'll be interesting to see how it pans out in future events here. Got about an hour left in racing. We'll see what happens. Yeah. That was good enough time. Could you do like 10 seconds and then start counting? We're back here, the Women's Junior Coxed 4A final. So we have in lane 1, Forest Hills Central, Notre Dame Academy in lane 2, lane 3, Parkersburg, St. Ignatius Chicago in lane 4, lane 5, New Trier, Rockford in lane 6, Culver Academies in lane 7, and then lane 8, Skyline.
Looks like a slight early lead for St. Ignatius Chicago as we cross the 500-meter mark, but New Trier is not going to let them walk away.
New Trier or Notre Dame Academy. So it does look, St. Ignatius Chicago in a current first place position in this A final, New Trier second. Notre Dame Academy and Culver Academy is actually doing a good job in a kind of fighting striking distance of a medal position for the Women's Junior Cox 4 final.
Well, there's definitely a Chicagoland rivalry going on here.
Absolutely.
Culver's making a nice push here. And we'll see what happens as we pass by the 750 mark here. Excellent racing in the A final here.
So St. Ignatius Chicago crossing that halfway mark first, and looks to be a little change in energy, a little change in rate there, so they've even extended that lead even more. Second place seems to be New Trier, but Notre Dame Academy and Culver Academies seems to be pretty close, if not level, as that fourth place boat in this event. Contact with Rockford in that mix. Rockford about a seat or two ahead of Skyline. Parkersburg and Forest Hill Central a little bit further off the pace there, but the lead is with St. Ignatius of Chicago. New Trier, very good push by Notre Dame Academy at this point. They seem to be in a third place position, about 2 feet ahead of Culver Academies. And charging even more, I'd say. That bow ball of that Notre Dame Academy is now on the coxswain, sitting very upright in the New Trier boat as we cross that 500-meter mark.
Yeah, I think that coxswain is very excited. They're sitting up a lot higher than normal, which can be a bit of a challenge. It can make the set a little bit harder to achieve.
But probably also trying to look ahead. You can see
exactly
the body language of that coxswain charging, trying to motivate their crew to charge ahead, almost trying to reel in the finish line with their own hands. But it is a very good race between now New Trier and Notre Dame Academy. I'd argue say Notre Dame Academy has taken away the second place position from New Trier. New Trier coxswain that's sitting, she can see behind her a little bit better now. That's the disadvantage of a bow-loaded position for these coxswains. the ones further back can see what's happening. And we've got a very
tight race.
tight race. We're not even in the last 300 meters yet. Very good push from the Skyline crew nearest on screen. Almost dead level between the 3 crews on screen in lanes 6 through 8. Skyline, Culver Academies, Rockford, now perhaps a foot ahead of those 2. Then we have New Trier, dead level with Notre Dame Academy. St. Ignatius, Chicago, staying out of that fight, but Notre Dame Academy now a little bit more of a lead. New Trier in second. Rockford now charging into trying to get that 4th place, if not
Skyline's
third.
making a move here now. Skyline may have, I think Skyline's taken Rockford there.
Absolutely.
And they're pushing for 3rd place.
Yep, they are trying to edge in that bow ball ever so closer.
And looks like New Trier's looking at Coxon's heads on a swivel. They're letting their crew know. Well, we've got just a few strokes to go. Let's finish this off.
St. Ignatius looking to cross that finish line first, then Notre Dame Academy, New Trier, Skyline making a good last-minute push there, but then it will be Rockford and then Culver Academies. Very tight, all boats within just 2-3 seats of each other across all 8 lanes, or all 6 lanes there for that middle pack. We're now seeing Parkersburg cross the line with Forest Hills Central. Very tight race that last 600 meters or so of the women's junior coxed 4s.
As we switch over to the men's junior coxed 4s, this is the B final with Montgomery Bell in lane 1, Cranbrook Kingswood in lane 2, Rockford in lane 3, St. Edward lane 4, St. John's Jesuit in lane 5, Fox Chapel lane 6, Mount Lebanon in lane 7, and North Catholic furthest on the right of your screen in lane 8.
St. Edward's with that early lead centered on the course, very indicative of earlier performances, either in the time trial or semis, in order to qualify for getting this lane. So about open water, St. Edward over St. John's Jesuit in a current 2nd place position. 3rd, very tight between the darker colored shells between Fox Chapels and is that Cranbrook Kingswood.
So I believe St. Edward's in the green shell there, and St. John Jesuit is the one that's out in the lead there. Sorry about that.
Working with the best information possible here between our pre-printed heat sheets and such for the race. But as we cross halfway through the course, very good lead here from the St. John's Jesuit group. And
But
then
then
Fox Chapel.
Yeah.
Then is that Rockford, St. Edward's, and then Cranbrook Kingswood. Mount Lebanon also in that mix. Mount Lebanon probably in a very competitive 3rd place position with Rockford. All right, back here with the men's junior coxed 4, the B final. Fast race underway.
And it looks like Fox Chapel has started to pull away from those other crews to establish itself in the 2nd place spot here, right behind St. John's Jesuit. But we have a nice race developing for 3rd place. Looks like St. Edward's just a little bit out in the lead. But Rockford's right on their tail.
Yeah, St. Edward's with about a 2-seat lead over Rockford at this point. Fox Chapel in a pretty solid second place position as we get into the red buoys, the last 250 meters of the race. And then Mount Lebanon pouring it on, trying to see can they get their bow ball in there for that fight for third. Mount Lebanon may be level with Rockford across all of those lanes for that fourth place position. But it will be St. John's Jesuit taking away the first place of this B final in the men's junior coxed 4. Second place, Fox Chapel. Third still looks to be St. Edward's, but Mount Lebanon and Rockford back and forth. Ooh,
perhaps even third place.
Even third place. It was a very good sprint. Those last 15, 20 strokes. I look away at my notes and I look back up, and it looks like Mount Lebanon may have squeaked themselves in there. So do check Crew Timer and the official regatta website for official race results. But tight racing here on the final day of the Midwest Scholastic Championships. Next event that just took off was the men's junior A final in the coxed 4s. In lane 1, we have Marietta. Lane 2, Upper Arlington. St. Ignatius Cleveland in lane 3. Lane 4, St. Ignatius Chicago. Forest Hills Central in lane 5. Skyline in lane 6. Lane 7, New Trier, and Huron in lane 8. Forest Hills Central in a leading position now. Second place to St. Ignatius Chicago, and then St. Ignatius Cleveland, and then Skyline. Seeing the seeding from the either Time Trials or preceding semis into this race playing out here, seeing the field progress down the course in a chevron pattern. Fastest crews seated inwards and then slower as we've gone out. But depending on time trial and earlier races, the Forest Hills Central and St. Ignatius crews duking it out to try to be the fastest here. Skyline, their bow ball sitting on the 2 seat of the St. Ignatius Chicago crew. St. Ignatius Cleveland, their bow sitting on the 2 seat of that Skyline crew. So about 2-seat staggers as we are looking places 2 through 6 here.
I think that Ignatius crew has decided at the 500 to make a move because it looks like it's not going to let Skyline walk away.
No, but Skyline has been practiced on this course before. They're very familiar with landscapes, so we'll start to see on screen here the halfway mark come in. It'll be a small island with some trees on it. So Forest Hills Central looking to cross that halfway mark first, but look at that St. Ignatius Chicago crew.
It's just a beautiful move right there.
They've taken a big chunk out of the Forest Hills boat. Again, trying to get to that halfway mark, and if not slingshot past it. Does look like the Forest Hills or St. Ignatius Chicago crew, their bow ball sitting halfway through the shell of the Forest Hills Central crew. Skyline now in third place, St. Ignatius Cleveland in fourth, tie for fifth between Upper Arlington and New Trier.
And I think they may be even right now for first place, or pretty close to it. Now that Ignatius Chicago has that bucket rig that we were talking about earlier. You can see right next to these 2 boats next to each other, the 2-man and the 3-man both have oars on the starboard side of the boat there. And they've just made a really nice push here through the middle 500.
Yeah, you called it earlier. So they were about an entire boat length down, less than 500 meters ago, probably even only 300 meters ago. So whatever between the coxswain and the rowers, they have now slingshotted past that halfway mark. They are the first boat to cross the last 500-meter mark of this race. So it is St. Ignatius Chicago as your new leaders in this A final of the men's junior coxed 4. Second is Forest Hills Central. Third looks to be Skyline, just a hair over St. Ignatius Cleveland, depending on the angle. So we will see as they come closer into view. It does look to be Skyline, but by only a hair over St. Ignatius Cleveland.
So much of a race like this is momentum. Once that Ignatius Chicago crew started moving and they could sense it, it's really a lot easier to keep the movement going. And then it becomes really hard if you're the lead crew and you can see a crew starting to eat in. You start getting some self-doubt there.
Yeah.
So really, really impressive from this group of juniors rowing. Everybody in this event has another year, at least one more year of eligibility. So this is really, really good, solid rowing. Very, very mature rowing for some younger athletes.
And all these athletes with another year of eligibility, young and hungry, and it looks to be that St. Ignatius Chicago crew. They, slingshotted over that middle part of the race, but they're hungry for more. I think that maybe the coxswain or the athletes in there are vying to get some open water over Forest Hills, not making it easy for them. They still have contact with St. Ignatius Chicago. St. Ignatius Cleveland looking to take an advantage into the third place position over Skyline. And then after them, seeing Upper Arlington in that fifth place position. But it will be the St. Ignatius Chicago crew with a little bit of open water over Forest Hills Central. That's your 1, 2, 3, would be the St. Ignatius Cleveland crew. Skyline in fourth, Upper Arlington in sixth. And then Marietta and Huron rounding out this men's junior coxed for a final. New Trier then actually edging out the Huron crew in this mix.
The rest of the events today are all 8-oared boats. These are typically the marquee events. They're worth the most in the points trophies for some of the varsity 8 boats. And we'll have some fast races.
As Jim was just pointing out, the rest of the events for today's program are all 8s. And then I was joking, we've got 8 lanes across of 8s with 8 events left. So whatever trifecta of 8s that is. A lot of racing, a lot of oars, a lot of athletes. The fastest boat categories at the event, at the regatta today, which as Jim was mentioning, will have an impact on the team standings and the team cups for the Midwest Scholastic Championships this year.
There we go. We have a very fast start here. And we've got an early lead. Looks like New Trier there in lane 5. You want to run through who's in what lane here?
We've got in lane 1, Northville on the far left-hand side of the screen, followed then by Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 2, lane 3, St. Joseph Academy B. Their A boat, St. Joseph Academy A in lane 4, lane 5, New Trier A, New Trier B next to them in lane 6, lane 7, Harpeth Hall, and Loyola A in far lane 8. But you're right, New Trier does look to be in the lead at this point in time, but you've got 2 New Trier boats, 2 St. Joseph Academy boats.
Yeah.
I think this one's going to be a tight one.
And it really just shows the depth of the St. Joseph Academy program in New Trier, that this is in a 3rd women's 8, and they enter 2 crews. So they have at least 4 8s worth of good quality rowers to field in this Midwest Championship. Looks like we've got a little bit of steering issues here. Again, it's a little bit more challenging than you'd think to get these boats going down the course straight and in the middle of the lane.
There's a lot of horsepower in these boats, and it's hard to rein in, but New Trier A just charging down the course here in that first place position currently. New Trier B in contact with them Off to their right-hand side in lane 6, their bow ball sitting about a third of the way through the New Trier A boat. St. Joseph Academy A about halfway through New Trier B in a current third place position, and their St. Joseph B boat in contact off to their left-hand side. Very good push there by Orchard Lake St. Mary's. So that lane 2 crew was much farther back, about 200 meters or so ago, this being the third eights of each one of these respective teams. Perhaps these crews coming together a little bit later, having raced earlier in the day, perhaps something on the part of the coxswain or the athletes, something clicking to saying, hey, this is the last race of the day for us. Let's see what we can throw down.
Now, one thing with this angle, with this drone angle, that's really nice to see is you can see how the blades lock in, and you can really get a good sense of who's getting a nice catch, because it looks like the blade stops when they go in the water. If you see the blade moving, it means they're not quite catching the water crisply, maybe only getting part of the blade in or rowing it in a little bit. But it's a really interesting perspective. One of the things that rowers are constantly working on is trying to make sure that their catches are really cleanly, that they're not missing any length there.
So still in the lead, New Trier A, New Trier B in second place, St. Joseph A in third, St. Joseph Academy B in fourth place, Orchard Lake St. Mary's not making that easy for them in a current fifth place position. We're then seeing Harpeth Hall, then Loyola A, and then Northville in that order, 1 through 8 unofficially in the last 500 meter, crossing that last 500 meter mark.
And I think that Orchard Lake crew is making a push right here. It does look like they're not making it easy for that St. Joseph Academy B crew.
Now, there initially was some more overlap between New Trier A and B. New Trier pushing out perhaps a touch of open water at this point, but St. Joseph Academy A is fighting New Trier B now at this point. New Trier B, slight advantages, only inches, but momentum is with the St. Joseph Academy A boat. I would not be surprised if they made a move here as they got closer to the last 250 meters and those red buoys. And it does look to be that they have taken the advantage. So now we have a new second place position. We have a New Trier A, St. Joseph Academy A, New Trier B, and then following St. Joseph's Academy B in Orchard Lake.
Oh, but New Trier B is picking it back up. They're responding to those red buoys, and I think we're dead even now.
Yes, we are. Red means go in rowing, so those last 250 meters, the rowers know it because they just start to see red the rest of the way down the race course. They know they only got about 25-30 strokes left in a race. So at this point, it's just guts and glory.
Yeah, it was a great race.
We can start to hear the spectators here near the announcing booth from where these athletes are crossing now. It will be New Trier A charging towards the finish line first, but the race between New Trier B and St. Joseph Academy A, back and forth, but momentum is with the Academy A boat.
And St. Joseph's really picked up their race pace, their strokes per minute. They're really packing them in as many strokes as possible that got them across the line faster.
But
that
it was New
race
Trier
for
A.
4 there. Look at that.
Whew.
Who is it going to be?
Looks to be the St. Joseph Academy A boat by Orchard Lake. Orchard Lake edged a little bit more into St. Joseph's crew, but by not enough to knock them out. Next, we're looking at Harpeth Hall. About a seat of open over Loyola A, and then Northville, rounding out this field of women's third eights in this Midwest Scholastic Championship. So, New Trier was out there, out in front, but very tight racing between their B boat and St. Joseph Academy A boat. The A boat eventually claiming victory there in that race, but with the upcoming eights races, it'll only get faster, it'll only get tighter as we get from the third eights to the second eights to the varsity eights. So more tough and tight racing for 8 lanes of eights between now and our last race set for about 1:30 p.m. today. But in the starting blocks now, we're looking at the men's third 8 final. So in lane 1, Northville just getting aligned there. New Trier B next to them. And we just saw the starting strokes there, the little flurry and flash of the blades. St. Ignatius Cleveland B in lane 3. Lane 4, St. Ignatius Cleveland A. Lane 5, Central Catholic Pittsburgh. New Trier A in lane 6. Lane 7, Loyola A. And lane 8, Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
And those two crews at the start are very close to each other. It looks like we had some course corrections there, but they were able to stay clear of each other, so that's excellent. Last thing we wanted are any blades to clash.
Early lead here on the part of the St. Ignatius Cleveland A boat in the yellow shell. Next to them, hard to say for second, but it's between New Trier A, Central Catholic Pittsburgh, and St. Ignatius Cleveland B, perhaps second with New Trier. Third, Central Catholic Pittsburgh. Loyola A making a charge here, though, for that third place position in the darker shell. Harder to keep track of as far as our perspective here in the announcing booth. But then also Orchard Lake St. Mary's throwing it down here in that far outside lane.
Well, and New Trier is not going to let St. Ignatius Cleveland walk away with the early lead here. I think they're bringing it up. They're only about maybe a meter or so behind.
Mm-hmm. And again, we see the orange buoys of the first 500-meter mark of this race. It will be St. Ignatius Cleveland A, New Trier A, Central Catholic Pittsburgh, then tie between Loyola A and St. Ignatius Cleveland B, New Trier B, Northville, and Orchard Lake St. Mary's, rounding out that field. So lots of races within races. If we were to look from across all of the lanes, there is some form of contact between all of the shells here, but it's now the New Trier boat in the lead, I'd say, by just a couple of inches now over St. Ignatius Cleveland A.
As they come up to that halfway point here, we've got sort of 3 races developing. First for first place, and then a race for third place. But it does look like Central Catholic Pittsburgh is starting to pull away from them and saying, we don't want to lose contact with those leading crews.
Especially in an 8, and this is, again, only 1,500 meters, so you don't have a lot of race course to get these. You don't have a lot of race course to get these boats up to speed and then be able to have the momentum to make moves quickly. So we're seeing New Trier A ever so slightly with every stroke, just gaining a little centimeter here or there, and they now have about a third of a boat lead over St. Ignatius Cleveland A. Fight for third, very tough as we look at St. Ignatius Cleveland B, Central Catholic Pittsburgh, and Loyola A. There on the left-hand side of the screen, their bow ball just edging into view here.
This New Trier boat is overstroking the Ignatius Cleveland boat by maybe about a beat or two, meaning that they're taking more strokes per minute. That can be very effective, but you also are burning a lot of energy, so it may be that Ignatius is just biding their time and going to really pour it on at the sprint. I wouldn't count them out yet.
And it's hard to tell here, but so the race within the race for that third place position currently, from the way it looks from our perspective, the St. Ignatius Cleveland B boat, then Central Catholic Pittsburgh, and then Loyola. We'll take a gander behind us, see if it looks any different from our perspective here near the finish line. We're looking at it just ahead of the last 250-meter mark.
And New Trier's really stepped it up right now. They're responding to the noise from the crowds. Definitely cheer them on. Cheer on your guys.
They can definitely hear it. You definitely stay tunnel visioned through your race, and you can start to hear the cheers in the last 250 meters. You can see the coxswain from the New Trier A boat slam the side of the shell, sending a different message physically through the shell, just igniting some energy there through their athletes to get them to cross the finish line first. So it is New Trier charging towards that finish line, which will claim victory in this men's third varsity 8 final here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships. They have now pulled out to almost about open water over St. Ignatius Cleveland A, St. Ignatius Cleveland B, just a hair back off of them. We're then seeing Central Catholic Pittsburgh coming in 4th place. Very tight race for 5th. Ooh, 5th between Loyola, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and New Trier B.
I think Loyola
win
got
there.
it.
Yeah, perhaps with Loyola. And then Northville coming in. Wrapping up this race for the men's 3rd 8 final. And we're back here with the women's 2nd 8 final here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships here in Kensington Metro Park in Milford, Michigan. So you can see lined up and ready in the starting blocks, awaiting the start, are the women's 2nd 8s. We see the men's 2nd 8s pulling together in the warm-up area, the staging area. They'll be going off next. We see these crews here. Start to see the flick of the oars from flat to squared here. Will tell us that they're about to start.
You could see in lane 7 here, the second boat, and the one in lane 8, how they adjust their points by moving that blade really, really close to the shell. They actually pass the handle up to the next rower in front of them so that they're really just applying perpendicular pressure and not pulling the boat off the stake boats.
Mm-hmm. It's a finesse. So it's not a fixed starting platform, but you've got the stake boats holding these athletes, or these docks, holding these fingers, holding the boats literally by a person, and then the aligner referee off to the side in a tent that's off screen to make sure that each bow ball doesn't have an advantage over any other bow balls at the start of the race.
We've seen some finishes that have been really, really close, so it's really important that we have them dead even at the start, because it's the bow ball that determines when you cross the finish line. Some of these boats are actually a little bit longer than other boats, so it poses a challenge that you can't just have them all be at a fixed distance off at the stern. Otherwise, some of the bows would be further along the course than others.
And they look to be aligned and off, so you can see the initial starting sequences begin in the women's 2nd 8 final. We have in lane 1, in that yellow shell, Upper Arlington. Next to them, Loyola. In lane 3, Pioneer. Lane 4, New Trier. Lane 5, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. St. Joseph's Academy in lane 6. Lane 7, Fox Chapel. And Northville, lane 8.
A nice start. We can see in that Orchard Lake St. Mary's, they also have a bucket rig like we saw in the 4 earlier, where they have the 2 middle rowers are both on the port side. So it just looks a little bit different, has a little different feel, and a coach may pick that because that's a way that their rowers meld together a little better.
And off the start here, it does look to be that New Trier is taking the lead, and then we've got St. Joseph's Academy in a 2nd place, but 3rd place is very challenging to tell. The darker shell of Loyola on the far left-hand side of the screen in lane 2 seems to be just a hair ahead of Pioneer, but I think it is Loyola about level with Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Those 2 boats would be in that 3rd place position, and then 5th and 6th is that fight between Pioneer and Northville.
Mm-hmm.
And as we go down the race program, we're starting to see even more refined and more precise blade work. So generally these athletes being more or less proficient, perhaps a little bit more time together, a little bit more time with rowing in general.
Absolutely.
So I can see a clear sharpness out of the New Trier boat that's out in the lead. Same with the St. Joseph Academy boat. And then Loyola, even though I can't spot their shell, I can see their blade work, and that's what spawned that thought for me. So I can see that they are moving crisp and clean together by the little white being flown off of the blades in their puddles through the water.
And one thing that you can see is that every time you pull the blade out of the water, it leaves a puddle, it's basically a hole where the blade was. And you can tell how efficiently the boat is moving by how far those puddles are back behind the blades when you take the next stroke. We definitely want to be having those blades clear the puddles, and the more space we can get between one set of puddles and the next is an indicator of how fast that boat's moving. Used to have to rely on that stuff more before we had GPSs in the boats.
Yeah, and it may seem like a simple idea to think about, oh yeah, puddles and all this, but there's a lot of technology that's accessible at younger and younger levels now. So the coxswains in these boats, and then typically the stroke seats of some of these coxless boats are going to have a little monitor within the boat that tells them things like stroke rate, time. What other kind of pieces of information are in there?
They'll have also even just their speed, how fast their 500-meter split is going to be.
Mm-hmm. And they use that and focus in and hone on those details so much that sometimes we lose touch with the physical aspect, that physical feedback of, even as a rower, I know that the puddles are going by, and that helps me cue in with where other boats are relative to me if they're in a lane either side, but it's also the sound of the puddle. How does the puddle sound when you extract the blade? That can be a cue as well to know a little bit more about how you're executing this race. So New Trier, that is maybe what they're using, because they're pretty far out ahead of the field at this point. But then St. Joseph Academy in a second place position. Loyola, slight advantage over Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
New Trier's really got good acceleration through that drive there. You can just see the boat speed pick up with each stroke there, moving along. They are not giving anything for the other crews to latch onto. They're pulling away with each stroke.
So your 1, 2, 3 still being New Trier, St. Joseph Academy, Loyola, and Orchard Lake St. Mary's in this women's second 8 final at the Midwest Scholastic Championships. Good push out of the St. Joseph Academy boat just then. New Trier has a sizable lead, but they're not gaining any more distance.
Mm-hmm.
So St. Joseph Academy staying very internal. Again, all of these crews rowing and competing to contribute points towards different respective team trophies and team standings. So trying to gain any advantage they can, whether it's 1st through 8th, to see how they can contribute to their wider team performance.
And these 8s races are worth quite a few points, so we can see quite a bit of swing in the team standings towards the end of the day.
So New Trier took away the win with that. St. Joseph Academy in second. 3rd place, hard to see from this angle, but I'd argue to say it could be Loyola over St. Mary's. Yep, and it will be Loyola over Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Next, Northville in this closer lane to us on screen, farthest from shore. Upper Arlington, Pioneer, and then Fox Chapel. Next race in the starting blocks getting aligned is the men's second 8 final. A lot of familiar names here, and in lane 1 we have Pioneer, lane 2 Loyola, lane 3 Orchard Lake St. Mary's, St. Ignatius Cleveland in lane 4, lane 5 Central Catholic Pittsburgh, New Trier in lane 6, lane 7 Culver Academies and Northville in lane 8. So is this event number 100 of 104 over the course of this entire weekend? Only 5 races left in the Midwest Scholastic Championships.
And they're off. Now, when the crews take a start, for those of you who are less familiar with the sport, they don't take a full stroke on that first stroke. They typically will take a shorter stroke, maybe 3/4 of a stroke or half a stroke, and then they tend to shorten it up for a stroke or two to a half stroke, and then they'll lengthen out to full. It's because at those first couple strokes, that boat is very, very heavy, particularly an 8, and it doesn't accelerate right away. So you want to take a lot of short, choppy strokes to get it up to speed.
Short in length, I'd say it's very similar to getting up to speed on, say, like a stationary bicycle.
Absolutely.
Or even a regular bicycle.
Yeah.
You can't just expect flow right away. You have to really apply some speed and apply speed smartly to maintain your balance. And that way it's very similar to a bike. These athletes are proficient and masterful at from this perspective, so we're not seeing how much the boat is teetering either side. And off the start, that's the tippiest time for an 8, and you want to be able to get from 0 to 60 being level, balanced, and together. So what you're saying, executing the shorter strokes is a more effective strategy to get the boat up to speed. It does look like we've got our first 500 meters already underway here. But it does look like we've got, is that New Trier out in front? And then closely thereafter by St. Ignatius Cleveland in the yellow shell. Sandwiched between them is Central Catholic Pittsburgh, about level, maybe just a little bit ahead of Loyola, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and then we see Culver Academy's Northville, then Pioneer. So New Trier, current leaders, but very good rowing happening out of St. Ignatius Cleveland.
Yeah.
New Trier, it seems like in the races we've seen, have as a program had a very strong start, but St. Ignatius Cleveland doing a very good job of maintaining speed and length through the middle of the race.
Yeah. We'll see if anybody moves here at this halfway point in the race. Very popular spot for people to move.
And
nice race developing for third, too.
Yeah, absolutely. So between that Central Catholic Pittsburgh and Loyola, for the third place crews, the Central Catholic Pittsburgh boat in the lighter shell, Loyola in the darker shell over in lane 2. It does look like St. Ignatius Cleveland has edged out New Trier by about a seat for the first place in this men's second 8. Ooh, if maybe not 2 seats.
But it does look like New Trier has just stepped up their stroke rating quite a bit.
And they have been very good at all of the high stroke elements of the race. So they are strong off the start as a program. They're also very good with their sprints.
Yes.
So it looks like they've called their sprint a little bit early, and even though they have their stroke rate is higher than the other crews, they seem to be executing those sprints very well. So St. Ignatius Cleveland knows that is coming, and so they're going to try to fend it off as long as possible.
But this Ignatius Cleveland crew is just rowing very confidently. They've got some nice length here. Just trying to hold on to it. Thing is if you're in a position like this where you've taken a lead but it's not yet commanding, you can't rest on that. You've got to keep moving away, because the longer New Trier feels that they're in it, the harder it's going to be for you.
And they're hungry for more. They've just crossed the red buoys of the last 250 meters of this race. St. Ignatius Cleveland had a little bit more of a lead then than they do now. New Trier is charging. They seem to have upped their pace even more since they start to see the red laser lights of the last 250 meters. So the bowman of that New Trier boat looking across, trying to get their bow ball closer and closer. Can they edge out St. Ignatius Cleveland in this last 20 strokes or so of this final of the men's second 8?
Oh, and Ignatius just started the sprint. They've just stepped it up another gear here, starting to walk away.
And that it is St. Ignatius Cleveland taking it away. New Trier, very good fight there for the second place position. And now it looks to be Loyola taking third, Central Catholic Pittsburgh fourth, Orchard Lake St. Mary's fifth, Closest here on screen, we see Culver Academies in 6th, closely thereafter by Northville, and then Pioneer. Again, the back and forth through the middle of the race. You never really know what's going to happen until the very end.
Yeah. And this is really exciting to be able to watch these races from the drone, to be able to see the perspective. Oftentimes, if you're standing on shore, you can't tell who's in the lead until they're just right, abreast you.
Or when you see the race results. So do check Crew Timer and the official regatta website here for the Midwest Scholastic Championships. For the official results, we've had a lot of close races, if not maybe photo finishes, at least a pair of those or so over the course of the regatta. And now we are looking at the Women's Varsity 8B final lining up. About ready to kick off here. On the right-hand side of the screen, or the closest to the spectator area in lane 1, is Theodore Roosevelt. Notre Dame Academy in lane 2. Lane 3, St. Ignatius, Chicago. Lane 4, Marietta. Upper Arlington in lane 5. Lane 6, Fox Chapel. Upper St. Clair in lane 7. And in lane 8, Magnificat.
You can see we're just getting our points here.
Start to see the blades lock in. And they're off. So again, this is the B final of the Women's Varsity 8's last 4 races of the day. Good quick start out of Fox Chapel and at St. Ignatius, Chicago. First 10 strokes or so. Marietta also good. That boat has a number of athletes committed to various universities. Their coxswain is slated to go to Ohio State. They also have someone committed to going to UCF. There are a lot of athletes as you start to get into these varsity 8s who have their eyes on next steps in rowing. So they're doing the Scholastic Championships here, 1,500 meters, best of the best within the Midwest region, seeing how that translates to the best of the best in the Scholastic arena for nationals. And then being able to see where they stack up nationally for recruiting classes for college, the next step in rowing.
We've got now an early lead from Marietta in lane 4 there, pulling out to about 2/3 of a boat length. Followed up with Upper Arlington.
And we would expect to see somewhere in lane 4 and 5 the leaders of this race. Again, just the nature of how races are seeded from time trial or preliminary semifinals into this race. So we're seeing Marietta in 1st, 2nd place, Upper Arlington, 3rd, Fox Chapel, 4th, Upper St. Clair, but Magnificat and that blue shell, harder to see the bow ball, but the rowers look about level now with Upper St. Clair next to them, off to the right-hand side or farthest from shore in lane 7s and 8. Darker shell of Notre Dame Academy, also hard to spot, but could be vying for that competitive 4th place fight.
I think so.
Now, we were talking about buckets earlier, bucket rigs. Upper Arlington seems to have one of those thrown in here as well, kind of in that stern 3 or so. Again, to do with power and technique and matching up. And so we saw a really good jump out of Marietta in their start. But Upper Arlington, I think that bucket rig is paying off for them to be able to apply consistent speed over the middle meat of the race.
Yeah. Marietta coxswain's doing a very nice job of keeping a straight course here. Minimizes the amount of distance that you have to row. You want to only have to row 1,500 meters and not another meter more.
Yeah. Everyone needs to be precise and on it, from the rowers to the coxswains, to be able to execute a boat that's as fast as this one. So again, this is the Women's Varsity 8, the B final for this. Current leaders are the Marietta crew in that darker shell in lane 4. Upper Arlington making that very difficult for them. Fox Chapel charging after them as well. So we see those first 3 boats on the right-hand side of the screen in the lead. Momentum now with Fox Chapel. They've kind of like you were saying, throwing the fishing line onto the first place, see if they can catch up speed and maybe surprising themselves here. So we've got Fox Chapel's bow ball sitting on the 2 seat of Upper Arlington. The bow ball of Upper Arlington sitting on 3 seat of Marietta. So all within about a second and a half, 2 seconds of each other.
As we move into the last 500, we're seeing some shifts here in the race pace here. Looks like they're starting to kick up the number of strokes per minute that they're doing.
And typically that's part of, similar to what we were seeing off the start of the shorter strokes to get your boat up to speed, to gain more speed. Part of that comes with being more efficient. You gain that in practice. And then when you come to a situation like this with racing and things are very, very tight, sometimes the only gear you have left to go is not more power, but just taking more strokes.
Absolutely.
So that's what we're seeing when we see a bump in the stroke rate. It's just trying to get your blades in the water, take more strokes between you and the finish line because it's just slightly more efficient. It's just one of the strategies to get there. So I think that's paying off for Upper Arlington. They've now moved their bow ball another seat. Their bow ball is now on the bow woman of the Marietta crew.
And we're in the red zone here, so if they want it, they have to go now. They really are going to have to commit to it. Marietta's just hanging on.
And it's about when do you play your cards. So everyone's got their race plan, everyone's practiced their sprints, but you got to know when you're going to lay it out there. And it does look like Upper Arlington is pulling about level with Marietta, so that early up in bump in rate paying off at the current moment, but they are stroke for stroke here as they come closer to the finish line.
Oh, I think
Fox
we're dead
Chapel
even.
moving a little bit off the pace, but still in contact. Upper Arlington now exchanging bow balls with Marietta for the finish. The momentum is now with Upper Arlington. They can see it, they can feel it. It's about a
There
foot
we
now.
go. Whew.
And it does look like Upper Arlington unofficially can take the win for the B final of the women's varsity 8s over Marietta and then Fox Chapel.
It was an excellent race.
Excellent racing. And then tight race here between Upper St. Clair and Magnificat. St. Ignatius Chicago, though. I'm sorry. Notre Dame Academy coming in that 4th place. 5th, too close to call between Magnificat and St. Ignatius. And then Upper St. Clair Academy and Theodore Roosevelt. So races within races, we were focusing a lot on the places 1 through 3 of that race, but very, very tight situations unfolding further back in the pack for the women's varsity 8 B final.
And as we move on to the next event is going to be the A final of the women's varsity 8. So this will be the fastest women's event of the day. In lane 1, we're going to have Pioneer. Lane 2 is going to be Loyola. Lane 3, Northville. Lane 4, New Trier. Lane 5, Harpeth Hall. 6 is St. Joseph Academy. 7, East Grand Rapids. And lane 8, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Lane 8 is the furthest on the left side of the screen. And they're off.
So this is the fastest event for the women's category here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships, and arguably the fastest and the potentially fittest athletes within the sweep side for each respective program. So as we were saying, this does affect the team championship standings within the overall combined, but then also specifically within sweep.
Right, Pioneers got off to a quick start in lane 1 there. Looks like Pioneer and New Trier and Loyola in lane 2 are pretty much even, but New Trier seems to be inching away as we move away from the starting blocks. We're out of that initial breakage zone. The first portion of the race course where the buoys are red, if somebody breaks some equipment during that time, they'll restart the race, but once they're past there, the race goes.
And it does look like New Trier is out in front and seeing some of that chevron shape occurring. So based on previous racing, either in the time trial or qualifiers to get into this race, we are seeing the fastest speed out of the New Trier crew in lane 4. St. Joseph Academy in a 2nd place. Third place, Loyola. Fourth place, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Too close to call there for that fifth place, and every boat's got contact with each other, and it's only the first 500 meters.
Well, there's nothing left to save any energy for. This is the last women's event of the day. So this is the last race that all these rowers are going to have. Many of them have their eyes set on qualifying for one of the national regattas. But this is an important race.
It does look like New Trier has taken even more distance off the field, probably aiming to get a little bit of open water. St. Joseph Academy not making it easy for them to do so. Perhaps there may be only a foot of open at this point.
And that race for third place is really developing nicely.
Between Loyola and Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
Yeah.
All of those lanes across, hard to keep track of, so it's the role of the coxswain to keep the athletes informed of where they stand for that fight for third place in the women's varsity A final. Advantage maybe to Loyola as we cross over that unofficial halfway mark in the race with that island in that spot. That darker colored shell's bow ball seems to be about 3-4 feet ahead. They now have overlap with the second place crew of St. Joseph Academy.
I think Loyola has made a move here, and I think they're not satisfied with just third place. They're gunning for that second place.
They are.
New Trier is walking away, but there's a fight developing here.
Loyola seeing some of that momentum and holding on their speed. Their speed is arguably about the same as New Trier. They just were a little bit slower to get up to that speed, but it's paying off for them now. So they have overlap with the St. Joseph Academy. Orchard Lake St. Mary's, taking a little look across. They are a little bit behind Loyola now at this point because of that good move that they made.
And we've got 500 meters to go here. Less than 2 minutes of racing for these athletes here.
Last women's event of the day. So like I said, there's no more racing left.
Nope.
So might as well go out. We'll see what we can do. New Trier racing for time, perhaps relieved to if they've raced in multiple events today, that this is their last run down the course in a strong, very good, strong first place position. St. Joseph Academy in the second place position, holding the same distance over Loyola. Loyola made a good move over that middle portion of the race. They haven't advanced much, but Orchard Lake St. Mary's, they're the one that I'm looking at closer on screen, farthest from shore, who look to have kind of lassoed their pace onto what Loyola's doing across the course from them.
I think they're dead even again. Can't see it anymore because New Trier has pulled off the screen, but we've got some very nice blade work from the New Trier crew. Very coordinated, very nice catches, clean extraction at the finish. This is what you like to see in high school rowing.
Absolutely. They can hear the cheering that's happening behind us, the cheers as they come towards the finish line. So New Trier, if they keep it here, will take the first place in the women's varsity 8. Second place position currently the St. Joseph Academy if Loyola doesn't challenge them too much, but we've got New Trier, St. Joseph Academy, Loyola, Orchard Lake St. Mary's trying to throw their hat in here. Last 5 or so strokes. Orchard Lake. Ooh.
Oh, I think Loyola just got him.
Just got him. Northville. Tight race here then between Pioneer and Harpeth Hall.
Looks like Harpeth Hall may have just nicked him at the finish there.
And East Grand Rapids here, rounding out your field of women's varsity 8s. A final. Last women's race of the day. Strong performance by the New Trier crew. Tight racing there, 2nd through 4th, and then tight racing just to round out the field. Now we've got the men's B final for the varsity 8s. We have 6 boats in this race. Oh, I'm sorry. Potentially some entries that we don't have printed on our sheets here. Again, this is the penultimate race of today. We have the B final locking into the starting blocks now. We have the A final starting after that, which will affect the team standings for the sweep and then also the combined. So based on what we know from our notes here, in lane 2, so the second crew in will be Theodore Roosevelt, St. Ignatius Chicago in 3, Pioneer 4th boat in, Evanston in lane 5, North.
Yeah. This is.
Got it.
Yeah, it looks.
Apologies.
So we have swap in the order. So we're gonna have the varsity 8A final first, which has the 8 crews, which is why we're seeing this. So it looks like there was an equipment malfunction.
And sometimes that can happen. So
It can.
the referees are there, again, to make sure that things can start off fairly for all these crews. So it was an agreement made by the referees in consultation with the athletes. So we are looking at the men's varsity A final, just taking out of the starting blocks. In the far side of the screen in lane 1, we have Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Lane 2, Culver Academies. New Trier in lane 3. Lane 4, Loyola. Lane 5, St. Ignatius Cleveland. Lane 6, Northville. Central Catholic Pittsburgh in lane 7. And in lane 8, Upper Arlington. And I feel like with 8 lanes across, it was such a fast race, we're already a quarter of the way through it.
Mm-hmm. You'd see those 500-meter markers there as the racers are approaching.
Mm-hmm. Early lead out of St. Ignatius Cleveland crew. Second place, arguably a tie there between New Trier and Central Catholic, something we've seen unfold in previous races. But sandwiched there in the middle, Loyola in lane 4, Northville in lane 6, holding on to that speed. Loyola making a good charge here. So they're in the blue shell, red oars, sandwiched between New Trier and St. Ignatius Cleveland. So that seems to be top 3. Central Catholic Pittsburgh also in that mix. So it's going to be a tight one.
Well, it's interesting because we have a lot of the teams that focus on the 8-oar sweep rowing, but Northville does both here. They do both the sweep and the sculling rowing, and they're doing very well in this event.
And they didn't have too many previous entries in the 8s. They have a couple. They have their varsity 8s, men's and women's, and like a third perhaps, but like you're saying, they have a mix of athletes who are proficient in both sweep and scull, and that potentially paying off here. With the last race of these athletes' days, this is our penultimate race that was swapped with the B final of the men's varsity 8. But current lead now looking to be with St. Ignatius Cleveland. But very, very tight there between Central Catholic Pittsburgh, New Trier, Loyola, Northville in that order unofficially as we come into the last 500 meters of this race. Very good charge out of the New Trier boat. We've seen routinely their program taking a move in the last 500 meters. That 500 meter mark seems to be a bit of a slingshot for them, where they bump up the rate, they bump up the speed, try to pressure the other crews into starting their sprint earlier and see who can hang on to that challenge.
Got another one of these bucket rigs in the Central Catholic boat. The 2 and the 3 rowers are both on the same side.
And it does look like that move that occurred over the last 500 meter mark has paid off for the New Trier boat. Your new leaders in this men's varsity AA final. Second place currently in the lane 5, St. Ignatius Cleveland, then Central Catholic Pittsburgh in 3, Loyola in 4th place at this moment. Again, we start to see New Trier pouring on the sauce a little bit early, see how other people respond, and then can they hold on to it.
These are some of the fittest gentlemen on these teams, so you can guarantee that nobody's giving up at this point.
Very good run per stroke happening out of the Central Catholic Pittsburgh crew. The white shell on the bottom side of the screen if you're watching the Jumbotron or live stream. They're on the far side of the course. And here we are at the finish line. A win here with New Trier, St. Ignatius, Cleveland, Central Catholic Pittsburgh, Loyola.
And then, is that Northville?
And then Northville, Culver Academies, Orchard Lake, St. Mary's, and then Upper Arlington. Here we are. I'm just looking at their blade work, and things go by so fast you lose track of where the finish line is.
Really nice rowing from
But
those
they knew
two.
exactly where it was, and I think that New Trier crew knew it was coming, knew it was close, and that early sprint move paid it off for them. Last race of the day in the starting blocks are the men's varsity 8 B final. 6 boats in this race, and what we're seeing on the far side of the course is Theodore Roosevelt. So if you're looking at the Jumbotron on the right-hand side of the screen, next to them is St. Ignatius Chicago, Pioneer in the middle, Evanston, Northview second from the left, and then St. John's Jesuit in lane 7 in the 6-boat race here, the last race of the day for the Midwest Scholastic Championships.
And the Coxtons are just getting their points. Wind has picked up a little bit. It's still great rowing conditions, but it's a little windier than it was earlier in the day, so it's a little bit more challenging to get that point. Make sure that you're perfectly straight and ready to go when the starter says, "Attention, row."
We can see a little bit of texture also on the water, indicating a puff of wind that's perhaps proving a challenge for alignment. But it's an outdoor sport. It's just things you gotta learn to deal with. So these athletes dealing with it well, and they are now off. This is the men's varsity 8 B final. Last race of the day swapped with the A final. Good start initial strokes in these red buoys here by the Pioneer crew. In the lighter shell, the red shell of Northview. Also very competitive in the starting strokes, but you really start to see the race unfold in the meat of the race, in that middle part. So once we start to get closer to that initial 500-meter mark, will we see kind of the true training, grit, and resilience for the last race of the day.
Right now we've got a tailwind, which we haven't really had to talk about much during the race because it's been so light. But the tailwind really favors the crew that can technically execute well. Headwind more favors for a heavier crew, more necessarily more power, but really getting good blade work. The boat is moving faster in a tailwind, and so it's more challenging to row technically well.
Pioneer in the lead now, a hair ahead of Northview, and then Evanston sandwiched in the middle there. And then Theodore Roosevelt, St. Ignatius, and then St. John's Jesuit in that order. In the Evanston crew, that current third place boat, all of these athletes were novices last year.
That's amazing.
That's going to be really interesting to see how those athletes, if they stick together, how that translates to future years. If they were all novices last year, they have 2 more years, well, depending on what age they are, going into future Scholastic Championships. So interesting to see that level of performance here with such a young crew.
Yeah, and from this view here, you can really see that they've pulled into second place, looks like.
Yes, it does. So current leaders are the Pioneer crew in the middle, onto that left-hand side of the top 3, then Evanston, and then Northville. Fourth place looks to be Theodore Roosevelt, then St. Ignatius Chicago, followed by St. John's Jesuit.
Looks like we got a little bit of a course correction there from Northview.
But putting it straight on track here.
Yep.
something I'm noticing out of the Evanston crew is those direct catches. So they're able to just translate their power and pick up the boat at the appropriate time without wasting any energy.
Yeah.
So I think even though Pioneer got out ahead and they have about a half boat lead, I'm curious to see how that directness of Evanston is going to translate. Their younger crew rowing technically well. So the other crew of Pioneer perhaps has a little bit more endurance, a little bit more time together, a little bit more experience. But Evanston, will be interesting to see how it shakes out between the two of them.
Got about 400 meters to go in this last event of the day. And we're really seeing a nice race developing here. Evanston has just not been able to break into Pioneer there. They've held it tight. Pioneer's been holding them off, but we'll see what happens as the last 300 meters here. This is typically where you see things change.
And recall, it is a younger crew, and so they've got nothing to lose. They've got more time left with their rowing. Pioneer trying to keep this lead that they've got into the last 250 meters of the race. They're about 8 seats up on the Evanston crew. Evanston, same distance lead over Northview.
And they really only got, leading crews here only got about 25 strokes to go, 20 strokes maybe. They're emptying the tanks here. There's nothing left to save it for, and we see Pioneer pulling away a little bit, looks like.
They hear the crowds. The coxswain can see the finish line. Trying to cross that line first ahead of Evanston, if not a little bit of open water. You can see the coxswain looking back, trying to get more out of their athletes, and it will be Pioneer crossing the finish line first in this B final of the men's varsity 8, then Evanston, and then Northview. I believe that is the Theodore Roosevelt crew. And then St. Ignatius, Chicago. And then St. John's Jesuit. So that wraps up our Midwest Scholastic Championships here 2024. We had 104 events, everything from 8s to singles, men's, women's, sculling, sweep. A lot of things happened today.
It was really great racing, really well handled, excellent conditions. We didn't have any events where we had any issues in terms of boats getting near each other.
Absolutely. And a little bit of swap there at the end, which can happen, but that's just to provide fair racing experiences for everybody, so these athletes are prepared going forward to know that kind of thing can happen, because next steps for these athletes, if they so qualify, is to go on to the national championships, if not more years of rowing. So very exciting experiences for these athletes. And what were some highlights for you from today? Not to put you on the spot, but because you've been following the series that have happened on this race course, the Mitten series, I believe, and been around the Scholastic scene a lot. So were there any standout moments or performances that caught your attention?
I mean, I think that Skyline quad that pulled out that really commanding lead, junior quad, I think they're really eager to continue to push on, and so I think they had a nice performance today. I think they're certainly looking to go to the national championship and continue that. I was really impressed with the level of the sweep rowing and the sculling rowing. We have programs that specialize in one another, and then there's some programs that do both, like that Northville program did really well in the last event. So hats off to the rowers that do both of those events. I mean, it's really hard to do one well, let alone both on the same day.
That's so true. And as somebody who didn't row in high school but found rowing later, I think it's cool for younger athletes to get exposure to, like you're saying, both disciplines of rowing, of sweep and scull. Definitely promotes a great longevity in the sport. A lot of rowing in America happens on the sweep side of things, so but you can row by yourself if you're in a sculling boat eventually. And so for me, my first Scholastic championship, commentating and watching from the perspective that we have here with the monitor to be able to announce and relay the experiences, it's been really cool to see such tight performances, such tight finishes at the end, and seeing how different programs stack up. So it'll be interesting if you were following at home between the different team standing of sweep and scull, men and women, and the combined. To be able to see that at a high school level is pretty unusual, and 8 lanes across is a lot to keep track of, so thank you for those watching as we shuffle our papers and check our computers to make sure that everything's accurate. But thank you for tuning in for the 2024 Midwest Scholastic Championships here at the Kensington Metro Park Cat Bennett Race Course here in Milford, Michigan. I'm Grace Latz.
And I'm Jim O'Mardian.
And thank you for tuning in to this Scholastic Championships, and we'll see you next year.